the honorable speakers, Professor, Doctor of Engineering, Insinyur Mr. Abang Mansur Shah Surya Nugraha, MSc, PhD, Mr. Pri Agung Rahmanto, ST, MSc, PhD, Dr. Insinyur Usman Pasarai, Master of Engineering, Dr. Insinyur Junita Trivianti Musu, MSc, the honorable moderators, Mr. Ramadan Aditama, ST, MSc, and Mr. Danu Putra, ST, MT, and to all participants that could not be mentioned one by one. My name is Prayang Sani Yulia. Welcome to the pre-event of the first International Conference of Petroleum, Mining, Geology, Geoscience, Energy, and Environmental Technologies with the theme, Empowering of Earth Resources for Sustainable Energy. This event is proudly presented by the Faculty of Earth and Energy Technology, FTKE Universitas Trisakti. And this live webinar is held on Wednesday, February 28, 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, to begin this event, let us sing the national anthem Indonesia Raya and followed by Mars Universitas Trisakti. Please all rise.
Universitas Trisakti, pusat wilayah alma mater kita, menyumbang tenaga sajadah, berkarya dengan penuh jiwa. Berkibarlah panji-panjimu, lambang jiwa bergerak maju, dengan tekad bersatu mengabdikan karyamu, membangun Indonesia Raya. Universitas Trisakti tegak perkasa, indah menghias pesada. Nusa dan bangsa penuh bangga, bukti bakti sepanjang
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. For the following agenda, in order to run this event properly and always be blessed by Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, the Almighty God, let us pray together with our own beliefs and religion, and please remain silent. Prayer started. Amin ya Rabbal Alamin. Prayer finished. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are heading into the first agenda. This is speech by the Dean of FTKE Universitas Trisakti. Please welcome to Dr. Insinyur Muhammad Burhanuddinur, MSc, IPU, ASEAN Engineer. Time is yours.
Thank you, Ms. Ryan. Can you hear my voice?
Sure, loud and clear, sir.
Oh, that's great. Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honorable Rector Universitas Trisakti, the Honorable Vice Rector Universitas Trisakti, the Honorable Dean of Faculties in Universitas Trisakti, the Honorable Vice Dean, Head of Department, all the lecturer in Universitas Trisakti, the Honorable and Respectable Professor Safriza, Dr. Abang Nugroho, Dr. Priagung, Dr. Usman Pasrai, dan Dr. Nita Musu, and distinguished moderator, participant, and committees. Good morning. Welcome to the inaugural International Conference of Petroleum, Mining, Geology, Geoscience, Energy, and Environmental Technology, ICP-MCAT 2024, hosted by Faculty of Earth Technology and Energy, Universitas Trisakti. It is my distinct honor and privilege to extend a warm welcome to all of you gathered here today as we embark on this transformative journey under the theme Empowering Earth Resources for Sustainable Energy. The ICP-MCAT 2024 has three following events. The first event is pre-event panel discussion today, and the second is pre-event panel discussion number 2 on April 10, 2024, and the main event will be conference and parallel session on July 24, 2024. We invited you all to join on the second pre-event and on the main event in the next July. As we convene on this momentous occasion, we are tasked with charting a path toward a more sustainable future for our planet and our inhabitants. Our challenge in energy, mineral exploration and production, environmental preservation and resource management are very complex and multifaceted. However, they also present with unparalleled opportunities for innovation, collaboration, and progress. This conference serves as a vital platform for the exchange of knowledge, idea, and innovation in the fields of petroleum, mining, geology, geoscience, energy, and environmental technology. Throughout this course of this pre-event conference, we have the privilege of exploring a diverse array of topics, range from the exploration of the REE, rare earth element, the geological insight in Sulawesi, to discuss the energy transition and also the potential of carbon capture storage utilization, CCS, also CCUS. And the most interesting topic is unconventional shale gas and, of course, the resources in Indonesia. This discussion are not only timely, but also imperative as we seek to chart a sustainable path toward for our energy future. To fly through this conference, we have the unique opportunity to engage in the rigorous intellectual discourse exchange groundbreaking research findings, and cultivate meaningful partnership that transcend geological and disciplinary boundaries. Together, we can harness and collective wisdom in ingenuity of the global scientific community to address the pressing issue as our time and pave the way for the more sustainable and prosperous future. I would like to express my deepest gratitude to our esteemed speakers, distinguished panelists, all participants, partners, co-hosts this seminar, and also the committee for your unwavering commitment to advancing knowledge, driving the positive change in petroleum, mining, geology, geoscience, energy, and environmental technology. Your expertise, passion, and dedication inspire us all. And I'm confident that your contribution will enrich our discussion and propel us toward actionable solution. As we embark on this collaboration journey, let us remain steadfast in our commitment to excellence, inclusivity, and sustainability. May this conference serve as catalyst for innovation, empowerment, and collective action, and may insight gain here today to pave the way for our brighter, more sustainable future, of course, sustainable future for our next generation. I extend my best wishes for the productive and enriching conference for today, and our deliberation are be marked by intellectual curiosity, open dialogue, and shared commitment to building a better world. Next, we would like to ask Pak Katarsa as our rector to give a speech and officially open for this pre-event panel discussion series today. Thank you very much and enjoy the webinar. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
Warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Well, thank you very much to Dr. Burhan as the Dean of FTKE Universitas Trisakti. Ladies and gentlemen, the following agenda, this is the speech and also opening ceremony by the Rector of Universitas Trisakti. Please welcome to Professor Dr. Insinyur Kadarsa Suryadi, DEA. Time is yours.
Thank you, Bu Prayang. You can hear my voice, please.
Affirmative, please, sir.
Thank you. Excellency, honorable, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, on behalf of Universitas Trisakti, may I extend a very warm welcome to all participants to the pre-event panel discussion series, the first International Conference of Petroleum, Mining, Geology, Geoscience, Energy, and Environmental Technology 2024. I believe that this event, with the term empowering of Earth resources for sustainable energy, is an excellent platform to share the recent research trend, the most updated technology, and experience among participants. And I'm sure that this pre-event panel will benefit to all of us in establishing the academic relation and collaboration, especially the work in progress initiatives within universities, includes research projects and partnership development. I understand that the development value of exploiting natural resources, especially fuels, minerals, metals, marine resources, and forestry products, have traditionally been in pursuit of economic prosperity. Energy resources, including fuel, nuclear, renewable, and alternative energy, are a very vital component of economic resources by which we obtain energy to generate power of electricity and energy services for industrial, commercial, or household use. Increased use of fossil fuels without actions to mitigate greenhouse gases will have global climate change implications. The 2030 Agenda of Sustainable Development specifically recognized that social and economic development depends on the sustainable management of planet's natural resources, including conservation and sustainable use of oceans, seas, and marine resources for sustainable development. I think that all of us agree that the planet that we have today, it is not our own. It is not ours, but it is our borrow. We borrow the planet from our future generation. And I'd like to remind all of you that there is the challenge of the SDGs, especially SDGs number 7, that we are seeking how to ensure access to affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy for all. And in this opportunity, I would like to again remind all of us, especially target for SDGs number 7. It is the call for commitment and practical actions to be taken at all levels. The target number 1 is to ensure universal access to affordable, reliable, and modern energy services. Number 2 is to increase sustainable or substantially the share of renewable energy in the global energy mix. Number 3 is the global rate of improvement in energy efficiency. Once again, double the global rate of improvement in energy efficiency. Number 4 is to enhance international cooperation to facilitate access to clean energy research and technology. Number 5 is to promote investment in energy infrastructure and clean energy technology. And the last point is to expand infrastructure and upgrade technology for supplying modern and sustainable energy services for all in developing countries in accordance with their respective programs of support. On the other hand, because the keyword of this panel is also about environment, so I would like to remind all of you about the targets linked to the environment, especially in the year of 2030. In the year 2030, the target number 1 is to ensure universal access to affordable, reliable, and modern energy services. Number 2, to increase substantially the share of renewable energy in the global energy mix. And also, the very important is to enhance international cooperation to facilitate access to clean energy research and technology, including renewable energy, energy efficiency, and advanced and cleaner fossil fuel technology, and also to promote investment in energy infrastructure and clean energy technology. Excellency, honorable distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I hope that this panel discussions can achieve its objective, such as encouraging partnership between academic and industry, and of course, establishing and strengthening collaboration among universities. In this opportunity, I would like to express my appreciation to the Dean of Faculty of Earth Technology Energy, Universitas Trisakti, Dr. Burhanuddin, and the Head of Panel Organization Committee, and all honorable speakers, as well as all participants to make this panel discussion happens. And I would like to thank all speakers once again to share their knowledge and experiences in this pre-event. I'm sure that this forum will be an important opportunity to discuss future collaboration, exchange ideas, and build networks among all practitioners and university. Finally, I wish this forum will be successful and productive and wish participants to have a pleasant and memorable experience. Wish you all the best and may the outcomes of this event bring benefits to all of us. And at the end of my speech, I would like to declare that the pre-panel, this event, is officially open. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Pak Rektor.
Thank you very much to Professor Kadarsa as Director of Universitas Trisakti. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so now we are going to have a photo session before we continue into the next agenda. Therefore, with all respect, ladies and gentlemen, please kindly turn on your camera and our team will capture for each slide. Please for ICT team.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please open your cam. Next slide. 1, 2, 3. 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 1, 2, 3. Next slide. 1, 2, 3. Okay, next slide. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Next slide. 1, 2, 3. Okay, next slide. 1, 2, 3. Next slide. 1, 2, 3. Last slide. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much to ICT team. All right, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and especially thank you to Professor Kadarsa Suryadi as Director of Universitas Trisakti for your attendance and support for this event. Thank you, Professor.
Thank you, Prof. Kadarsa, Prof. Asri, Prof. Astri, dan para dekan. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Din, Pak Burhan, and all.
Yeah.
Good luck for all.
Thank you, Pak Rektor.
Thank you very much. We really appreciate. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so now we are heading into the morning plenary session as the first part of plenary session. And this session will be conducted by our moderator, Mr. Ramadan Aditama, ST, MSc, as the lecturer of Geological Engineering Department, FTKE Universitas Trisakti. And then please allow us to read the brief curriculum vitae. Ladies and gentlemen, so this is the brief curriculum vitae of Mr. Ramadan Aditama. For education background, he graduated as Bachelor of Science Geology from Institut Teknologi Bandung in 2011, then graduated as Master of Science Petroleum Geoscience from Royal Holloway University of London at London, the United Kingdom in 2014, and now he's pursuing his doctoral degree on geological engineering at Institut Teknologi Bandung. His research interests are including structural geology, tectonic, field mapping, seismic interpretation, and GIS. For experiences, Mr. Ramadan involved as project geologist for Geodynamic Research Group of ITB from 2011 to 2015. And he's currently working as lecturer of Geological Engineering Department, FTKE Universitas Trisakti since 2011, and also as seismic interpreter and structural geologist at BATM Trisakti since 2019. He is also as the member of Indonesian Association of Geologists or IAGI and American Association of Petroleum Geologists, or AAPG, as the faculty advisor. Mr. Ramadan also has several publications, both on reputable national and international journals. And without further ado, please welcome to Mr. Ramadan Aditama. Time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Bu Praya, for the introduction. So first of all, I want to explain that I have kind of a little bit not healthy for today, so I am very apologize if my voice is not clear enough. So, okay. Good morning, everyone. Bismillah, alhamdulillah, wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah. Good morning, everyone, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to ICPM Get pre-event, our first international conference. We will explore the latest advancement in earth science and engineering. And I am Ramadan Aditama, your moderator for today's morning session. And in this morning, we have three distinguished speakers lined up to share their research insight with us. So before, I'd like to explain the rules of the meeting. First, please ensure your microphones are muted throughout the presentation to minimize background noise. Second, we will hold all questions until after all three speakers have finished their presentation, except for the first one, because Prof. Shafrizal have to catch his parent back. So we have to pull the Q&A session in the first after the presentation. Okay, number three, when asking a question during the Q&A session, please state your name and affiliation before presenting your question. And the last one, question should be relevant to the presentation and respectful of all participants. Okay, so to cut things short, our first speaker is Prof. Shafrizal from ITB, and he will presenting the topic, the rare earth element exploration and its potential in Indonesia. So I'm going to explain brief CV of Prof. Shafrizal. He finished his bachelor and master degree from ITB, mining engineering, from 1996 and 2000, and his doctoral degree at Kyushu University in 2006. His affiliation is mining engineering, Faculty of Mining and Petroleum Engineering, ITB, and the position Vice Dean for Academic Affairs. And there's a lot. Prof. Shafrizal, Prof. Dr. Eng Insinyur Shafrizal have many contribution in organization publication, and the focus on his publication is focusing on exploration and mineralization and ore mineralization, or maybe REE and gold and etc. So without further ado, please, Prof. Dr. Eng Insinyur Shafrizal, STMT IPM, you can start your presentation.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Ramadan Aditama. Today, I would like to present about the part of my research. But I have checked the attendance of this meeting. Most of all is in Indonesians. So I will deliver my presentation in Bahasa. And then thank you for Pak Ramadan is already give the announcement. The question and answer will be delivered after these presentations, because I have to go to station. I have meeting with Pak Edi Jamal in this afternoon in Jakarta, in Perhapi. I will share my presentations. But I hope everyone is already can see my presentation clearly.
Yes, very clear, Pak.
Oke, baik. Selamat pagi semuanya. Jadi terima kasih Pak Ramadan, karena semua kita di sini Indonesia, jadi saya izin menyampaikan dengan bahasa agar materi yang disampaikan ini bisa tersampaikan dengan baik dalam dua arah. Baik, sesuai dengan permintaan dari panitia, jadi saya diminta untuk menyampaikan topik tentang the rare earth elements atau REE exploration and its potential in Indonesia. Jadi saya akan membagi menjadi setidaknya ada 5 bagian. Yang pertama tentang introduction atau pendahuluan. Nanti saya akan menjelaskan sedikit tentang REE. Kemudian apa progres hari ini di Indonesia. Jadi saya mengambil dari beberapa referensi yang ada. Kemudian saya akan menyampaikan, karena saya berasal dari kampus, jadi saya akan memperlihatkan apa saja yang telah kami lakukan di riset group kami yang berhubungan dengan eksplorasi REE. Kemudian kita tutup dengan beberapa informasi tambahan dan kesimpulan. Baik, kita mulai yang pertama tentang rare earth elements. Jadi kalau kita lihat dari beberapa publikasi yang ada sampai hari ini, jadi kalau kita perhatikan dari Society Geology of London dari Inggris ya, bahwa RAI ini sudah mereka publish atau mereka lakukan kegiatan eksplorasi yang sangat intensif di hampir seluruh dunia itu sejak tahun 2011. Kemudian kita juga lihat yang ada publikasi dari USGS, jadi geologi survei dari Amerika. Mereka juga memperlihatkan bahwa mereka itu telah melakukan kajian tentang REE itu sudah lama sekali. Nah, sementara belakangan ini di kita, di Indonesia itu cukup ramai, cukup banyak yang mulai mempelajari REE itu akibat dari perkembangan teknologi yang sangat luar biasa yang membutuhkan REE dengan jumlah yang cukup besar. Nah, dalam hal ini kita bisa lihat, yang pertama saya coba mengutip dari pusat energi ya, dari Badan Geologi, jadi Pusat Mineral Batubara dan Panas Bumi yang ada di Jalan Sudirman di Bandung. Kita bisa lihat bahwa di negara kita pun sebenarnya Badan Geologi juga sudah melakukan beberapa publikasi sehubungan dengan ketidakdapatan dari REE, kemudian ada litium, kemudian ada grafit, dan lain-lain. Nah, kemudian beberapa asosiasi profesi yang saya tulis di sini setidaknya ada dari MGI atau Masyarakat Geologi Ekonomi Indonesia, di mana memang REE itu menjadi topik diskusi yang sangat banyak dilakukan belakangan ini. Begitu juga dengan teman-teman yang dari BRIN, jadi Badan Riset Inovasi. Jadi di BRIN pun sekarang di bawah koordinasi Pak Iwan, jadi banyak sekali penelitian-penelitian yang dilakukan sehubungan dengan bagaimana kita bisa memahami ketidakdapatan REE yang ada di Indonesia. Dalam hal ini memang kami sering sekali berkolaborasi dengan teman-teman dari Badan Geologi, kemudian teman-teman dari BRIN, kemudian teman-teman dari MGI. Jadi rasanya memang tepat sekali Trisakti pada hari ini juga mengangkat topik yang sama. Saya rasa memang Trisakti dan teman-teman yang ada di Jakarta, kita sama-sama pelajari REE yang ada di Indonesia ini. Jadi artinya kita coba pelajari, kita coba eksplorasi, mudah-mudahan kolaborasi yang diharapkan tadi oleh Pak Rektor dan juga disampaikan oleh Pak Dekan itu bisa bermitra positif dengan teman-teman yang ada di Trisakti. Kemudian di Perhapi sendiri itu juga sama. Jadi beberapa kali proceeding dalam publikasi terakhir, pertemuan-pertemuan di temu profesi tahunan Perhapi itu juga banyak membahas tentang logam tanah jarang. Baik yang disampaikan oleh Aneka Tambang, oleh teman-teman dari IAGI, dan juga dari Perhapi sendiri. Jadi kalau kita lihat memang di beberapa publikasi yang diterbitkan oleh Proceeding Perhapi, itu topik-topik REE juga sudah mulai dikembangkan. Nah, kemudian yang menarik itu adalah Badan Geologi sendiri itu juga telah menerbitkan sebuah buku tahun 2019 yang berjudul Potensi Logam Tanah Jarang di Indonesia. Nah, jadi ini sebenarnya yang banyak kita kembangkan sampai hari ini, beberapa informasi-informasi awal yang ada seperti ini, kemudian juga perkembangan demand yang sangat tinggi di dunia. Dan inilah yang mendorong penelitian-penelitian tentang REE itu berkembang cukup banyak. Cuman memang sayangnya dukungan dari industri, kemudian banyak hal menyebabkan kecenderungan seolah-olah ini masih jalan di tempat, sehingga yang banyak menjadi pionir itu adalah dari BRIN, dari asosiasi profesi, ataupun dari kampus seperti yang kami lakukan. Jadi ini memang tepat sekali kalau kami rasakan ya, jadi artinya mudah-mudahan ini juga menjadi prospek buat teman-teman semua. Kita mulai mengembangkan atau kita memastikan ketepatan logam tanah jarang atau REE yang ada di Indonesia ini. Dan kami pribadi memang belakangan itu banyak sekali berkomunikasi dengan kolega-kolega yang ada di China dan juga kolega-kolega yang ada di Korea, di mana mereka juga tertarik untuk melakukan research atau melakukan penelitian tentang ketepatan REE yang ada di Indonesia. Dan ini memang sebagian besar dari presentasi yang saya siapkan hari ini adalah materi yang kami presentasikan pada saat kami diundang ke Korea pada waktu itu oleh Kigam. Jadi Kigam itu adalah BRIN-nya Korea yang berhubungan dengan penelitian sehubungan dengan mineral-mineral. Baik, kemudian ini kurang lebih kalau kita lihat. Jadi kalau kita perhatikan dari peraturan pemerintah nomor 23 tahun 2010, itu kita bisa lihat bahwa pemerintah telah menetapkan yang kita sebut dengan mineral-mineral strategis, di mana mineral-mineral strategis ini didefinisikan sebagai mineral yang harus kita yakini bahwa dia akan tersedia untuk kebutuhan domestik, baik dari proses pemurnian maupun dari proses pengkayaan dari mineral-mineral tersebut, sehingga bisa mendukung downstream industri dari keberadaan mineral tersebut. Sementara yang kita sebut dengan critical mineral dan juga rare earth mineral atau kita sebut dengan logam tanah jarang, itu adalah mineral-mineral yang dibutuhkan oleh industri-industri teknologi tinggi, di mana mineral-mineral tersebut sulit untuk bisa digantikan oleh mineral yang lain. Jadi by definisi kurang lebih tahun 2010, PP 2010 itu seperti itu. Nanti kita lihat ada PP terbaru tahun 2003 yang dalam bentuk permen. Nah, ini adalah beberapa survei yang telah dilakukan oleh teman-teman dari Badan Geologi di tahun 2020. Jadi dilihat ada yang masih dalam kategori indikasi, ada dalam kategori ketidakpatan, dan juga sudah dalam kategori sumber daya. Nah, ini adalah distribusi logam yang digolongkan kepada rare earth elements atau logam tanah jarang, di mana logam tanah jarang ini pada umumnya terdapat pada lantanit ya, lantanit di sini, mulai dari lantalum sampai lutium di sini, ditambah dengan dua yang berasal dari elemen atau unsur transisi, yaitu skandium dan yttrium. Jadi inilah yang dikelompokkan sebagai rare earth element. Nah, sesuai dengan nomor atomnya, maka nanti kita kelompokkan. Ada yang kita namakan dengan REE ringan dan juga kita katakan REE berat. Nah, kalau kita lihat dari keberadaannya itu, maka di Indonesia sekarang yang paling banyak menjadi concern kita adalah bagaimana kita bisa mendapatkan beberapa REE dari deposit yang ada yang pada saat hari ini ditambang. Jadi contohnya misalkan kita konsentrasi tentang skandium. Jadi skandium itu diperkirakan terdapat dari nikel laterit, kemudian juga dikembangkan kemarin kami juga mencari skandium pada endapan boksit misalkan. Nah, kemudian kami juga mendapatkan beberapa kemungkinan dari REE yang lain yang berasal dari sisa pengolahan timah, kemudian REE yang berasal dari ion absorption, jadi artinya pelapukan-pelapukan pada batuan-batuan granodiorit. Nah, jadi kalau kita perhatikan memang pada hari ini China merupakan produsen REE terbesar di dunia pada hari ini, sementara Indonesia mungkin masih belum tercatat sebagai produsen REE. Nah, kalau kita perhatikan dari penggunaan, memang kita lihat hampir semua REE itu digunakan dalam industri-industri high teknologi, seperti umumnya misalkan dari magnet, kemudian untuk keramik, katalis, juga beberapa yang berhubungan untuk ditambahkan ke dalam logam-logam tertentu sehingga bisa menjadi baterai, superalloys, dan lain-lain. Nah, tadi kami sampaikan, memang ada yang terbaru Bapak Ibu, jadi Capman nomor 296 tahun 2023. Jadi dalam Capman ini sudah mulai diatur yang kita sebut dengan critical mineral. Jadi critical mineral itu merupakan mineral yang mempunyai kegunaan penting untuk perekonomian nasional dan pertahanan keamanan negara. Jadi ini dikategorikan sebagai kritikal atau mineral kritis, di mana memiliki potensi gangguan pasokan dan tidak ada pengganti yang layak. Kemudian ini adalah beberapa yang penetapan sebagai mineral kritis, jadi ada ABCD, jadi ada empat kriteria yang ada. Kemudian saya garis bawahi ada 2. Jadi ini yang menjadi concern kita di dalam kita sebagai orang tambang ya. Jadi bagaimana kita bisa mendorong agar ada penerbitan perizinan di bidang usaha, kemudian menjadi pertimbangan dalam upaya peningkatan penyelidikan dan penelitian. Jadi setidaknya kita di kampus, kita concern kepada yang nomor G ini. Nah, total elemen yang sudah ditetapkan pemerintah ada 47, tetapi kalau saya hitung secara keseluruhan ini lebih dari 47 karena ternyata REE itu dikelompokkan hanya sebagai salah satu elemen dari 47. Padahal tadi kita tahu REE itu terdiri dari beberapa unsur yang lain. Tapi di dalam Capman ini dikatakan logam tanah jarang. Jadi artinya semua logam-logam atau semua unsur yang tergolong kepada REE. Nah, kemudian tidak hanya di Indonesia, ternyata di luar negeri pun sama. Jadi European Commission juga mulai memperhitungkan apa yang dimaksud dengan REE dan mereka juga akan selalu update. Jadi ada perubahan-perubahan setiap tahun dari kajian yang dilakukan. Sehingga mungkin pada hari ini tergolong kepada strategic critical minerals, mungkin pada tahun berikutnya tidak lagi karena ada penemuan-penemuan dan seterusnya. Nah, sehingga inilah yang menarik kita lihat yang dikeluarkan oleh Permen tadi, di mana di Indonesia klasifikasi dari critical element juga ditinjau sekali 3 tahun. Jadi artinya memang akan dilihat bagaimana peningkatan dari hasil eksplorasi, bagaimana ketersediaan sumber daya yang ada, dan juga kebutuhan dari industri. Jadi itu akan ditinjau dalam sekali 3 tahun. Nah, jadi kalau kita perhatikan secara umum, maka kita bisa lihat ternyata beberapa negara yang ada di dunia itu juga berbeda-beda dalam menetapkan mana yang tergolong kepada critical atau material elements. Ada yang mengatakan misalkan di tempat saya ini kritis, tapi di tempat lain tidak. Nah, kita lihat di sini datanya. Jadi ada yang berasal dari Eropa, ada yang mana yang critical menurut Amerika Serikat, dan juga mana yang kritikal menurut China. Nah, di sini kita lihat nikel ya, yang kita lihat di sini nikel itu kritikal untuk hampir semua ya. Jadi Eropa mengatakan nikel kita itu kritis, kemudian Amerika juga masukkan ke dalam kritikal, begitu juga dengan China. Tetapi kalau kita lihat dari logam tanah jarang sendiri, ternyata bagi China itu tidak dianggap sebagai critical elements. Tetapi kalau bagi Amerika dan Eropa, ini dianggap sebagai kritikal. Inilah tantangan bagi kita di Indonesia. Ya, artinya memang earth element itu adalah suatu komoditi yang memang sangat diperlukan di pasar dunia. Biarpun di sini kita bisa lihat China karena tadi merupakan produsen utama, jadi mereka tidak mengkategorikan REE sebagai critical element sebagai negara China. Nah, ini kalau kita perhatikan dari tadi ya, jadi kalau kita bisa lihat, maka Indonesia harusnya kita memiliki. Jadi karena kita banyak terdapat granulatoids, kemudian REE yang juga merupakan tipe dari ion adsorption. Dan ini kalau kita perhatikan secara umum adalah kategori dari beberapa tipe endapan yang mungkin akan bisa kita gunakan sebagai dasar untuk mencari REE, di mana kalau negara kita kan ada di sini, jadi kita akan berada pada zona subduction, kemudian bisa juga terdapat dari zona-zona pelapukan. Nah, kalau kita perhatikan perkembangan yang ada pada hari ini, tadi kami sampaikan, jadi teman-teman kita cukup banyak Bapak Ibu ya yang juga berkontribusi di dalam penelitian REE tadi. Jadi seperti kami sampaikan tadi, di BRIN ada Pak Iwan, kemudian di Unhas ada Pak Adi Maulana, kemudian di MGI ada Pak Ade Kadarusman, dan lain-lain. Jadi cukup banyak teman-teman atau kolega-kolega nanti yang bisa kita tarik untuk kolaborasi dalam penelitian-penelitian REE ini. Nah, kalau kita lihat dari Indonesia sendiri, kita masuk ke bagian kedua, maka kita lihat perkembangannya. Jadi evaluasi dan investigasi yang dilakukan dari tahun 2020 sampai 2023. Jadi ini kita lihat yang ada di Indonesia itu mulai berkembang seperti ini tahun 2020. Kemudian Sulawesi Tengah itu mulai konsentrasi untuk mencari logam tanah jarang. Kemudian di tahun 2021 kita lihat di Kalimantan Barat itu juga sudah mulai muncul. Di sini eksplorasi tentang logam tanah jarang yang menjadi fokus. Begitu juga dengan Sumatera Utara. Jadi Sumatera Utara itu juga mulai ada kegiatan penelitian investigasi oleh Badan Geologi sehubungan dengan logam tanah jarang. Di tahun 2022 kita bisa lihat Kalimantan Barat itu kembali ada tambahan lokasi Ketapang dan Melawi. Kemudian Sumatera Utara masih terus dilakukan untuk pencarian logam tanah jarang yang ada. Dan tahun 2023 terakhir ini adalah beberapa highlight yang kita lakukan untuk identifikasi dari keberadaan deposit yang ada dalam investigasi yang dilakukan oleh Badan Geologi. Kembali kita fokus di daerah Kalimantan Barat dan juga beberapa yang mulai di Sulawesi Barat. Jadi kalau kami pribadi, di kelompok kami nanti bisa dilihat juga kami telah melakukan beberapa penelitian di Kalimantan Barat dan juga di Sulawesi Barat. Nah, untuk greenfield area sendiri, kita lihat cartridge elemen ini yang warna orange ya, kita lihat di sini. Maka memang yang paling banyak sekarang itu dilakukan di Pulau Bangka ya Bapak Ibu sebagai sisa hasil pengolahan dari timah atau tiling timah, kemudian di Sumatera Utara, kemudian di Kalimantan Barat, dan juga di Sulawesi Barat. Jadi itu adalah 4 lokasi yang memang fokus beberapa penelitian yang sehubungan dengan logam tanah jarang. Nah, ini adalah beberapa yang tadi kami sampaikan khusus untuk Rapid Edge Investigation. Jadi ini sudah mulai dilakukan oleh teman-teman dari PSDM BBP dan kami juga sangat intens di sini. Beberapa penelitian yang kami lakukan hampir separuhnya itu didukung oleh PT Timah dan separuhnya lagi didukung oleh Badan Geologi melalui PSDM BP ini. Jadi ini adalah suatu kolaborasi yang akan selalu kami pertahankan. Di teman-teman Trisakti kalau tertarik nanti kita bisa berkolaborasi bersama-sama untuk melakukan penelitian di bidang ini. Mas Ramadan nanti kalau sudah waktunya saya diingatkan Mas ya. Ini kalau sudah cerita kadang-kadang lupa waktu Mas Ramadan. Baik, dan kalau kita lihat dari apa yang kami lakukan di kampus. Jadi saat ini kami punya tim. Jadi ada saya, kemudian Pak Ari Naftali, ada Pak Andi Yahya dan Mas Tommy. Jadi kami berempat banyak melakukan research yang sehubungan dengan REE, di mana Pak Ari itu lebih fokus kepada metode eksplorasinya. Kemudian Pak Andi Yahya ini sangat kuat di bagian mineralogi, kemudian Mas Tommy sangat kuat di bagian analytical methods. Jadi ini kami berkolaborasi selalu untuk melakukan riset sehubungan dengan REE. Nah, ini yang sudah kami lakukan beberapa. Yang pertama, kita bisa lihat bahwa kami telah melakukan penelitian setidaknya bagaimana keberadaan REE pada batuan primer atau dari batuan induk, kemudian pada konsentrat, pada aluvial penambangan timah, pada tiling timah, serta yang terakhir yang kami lihat itu adalah pada lapukan. Nah, beberapa mineral yang sudah teridentifikasi yang kami dapatkan sebagai pembawa REE setidaknya ada alanit, ada apatit, kemudian monazit, senotim, dan zirkon. Nah, kemudian dari produk yang ada, maka kita bisa lihat, kalau kita punya source rock, ini hipotesa yang dilakukan oleh beberapa peneliti, jadi nantinya kalau dia mengandung REE, jadi kalau REE itu mengalami daya tahan yang kuat terhadap pelapukan kimia, maka mereka ini akan membentuk deposit-deposit yang akan berhubungan dengan residual deposit, bisa juga placer. Tetapi kalau REE tadi itu hancur, kemudian dia menjadi ion-ion, kemudian ion-ion itu kan terabsorb pada mineral lempung, sehingga menghasilkan produk yang kita sebut dengan weathering product, atau kita cari pada lapukan-lapukan batuan induknya. Nah, sehingga secara umum kita akan dapatkan setidaknya di Indonesia sekarang, kita memiliki kemungkinan pertama ini, jadi ada di bawah ini adalah granodiorit, kemudian ada beberapa endapan-endapan primer yang muncul di sini, kemudian dia lapuk, sehingga kita mencari REE dalam bentuk placer. Kemudian yang kedua, itu adalah REE yang terabsorb di dalam lempung-lempung yang ada pada zona pelapukan di sini. Sehingga kita juga fokus untuk mencari karakteristik lempung apa saja yang memungkinkan terdapat REE. Nah, ini kurang lebih yang kita lakukan. Jadi kami mengambil sampel tidak hanya di aluvial aktif, kami juga mengambil sampel pada daerah-daerah pencucian timah dan juga pada daerah-daerah tiling timah. Jadi ini kami lakukan sepanjang tahun 2020 sampai hari ini. Nah, kemudian ini adalah hasil mineralografi yang kami dapatkan. Jadi setelah kita dapatkan sampel-sampel yang ada, kita mencari kira-kira mineral pembawa REE apa saja yang muncul di dalam butiran-butiran aluvial yang ada. Sehingga akhirnya kami mendeteksi ada kita sebut dengan monazit, ada kita sebut dengan sinotim, dan lain-lain. Nah, kemudian kita bekerja sama dengan lab yang ada di Jepang. Jadi kami menggunakan setidaknya ada 3 laboratorium atau 3 kampus yang kami datangi. Yang pertama adalah Akita University, yang kedua Kyushu University, dan yang ketiga itu adalah Geologi Survei Jepang atau IEST. Jadi kami mengambil sampel-sampel yang kita bawa, kemudian kita analisa di lab-lab yang ada di Jepang tersebut. Sehingga kita bisa mengidentifikasi bahwa REE, selium, lantalum itu ada di dalam monasit, kemudian kita juga punya yttrium dan lain-lain itu ada di senotim. Nah, kemudian kita juga detailkan per grain, sehingga kita bisa yakini ternyata memang mineral-mineral butir yang ada pada sisa pengolahan timah itu definitely mengandung REE. Jadi kita lihat di sini juga kita lakukan beberapa analisa dengan menggunakan EPMA, elektron probe microanalysis, atau kita juga menggunakan SEM atau scanning electron microscope. Jadi ini beberapa yang kita lakukan untuk memastikan bahwa memang di dalam deposit yang kita kaji itu ada REE. Kemudian Pak Ari Naftali itu mengembangkan, kalau begitu saya bisa mendapatkan atau mencari dengan cepat di mana saja daerah yang mengandung REE. Jadi salah satu yang paling cepat kita lakukan itu adalah mencari lewat udara. Jadi akhirnya Pak Ari mencoba untuk mengidentifikasi apa karakteristik dari batuan, atau apa karakteristik dari aluvial, atau apa karakteristik dari tanah yang mengandung REE. Nah, sehingga kita mengambil sampel hampir di banyak lokasi, dan terakhir kita sudah berhasil melakukan identifikasi seperti ini, Bapak Ibu. Jadi artinya kita sudah tahu dengan panjang gelombang tertentu, ternyata inilah yang warna merah inilah yang kelimpahan REE-nya banyak. Sehingga Bapak Ibu bisa bayangkan dengan kita menggunakan atau menerbangkan drone, kemudian kita bisa menggunakan citra satelit dan lain-lain, kita sudah bisa mengidentifikasi di mana saja REE tadi itu tersebar dengan kadar yang signifikan. Nah, ini adalah beberapa yang kita lakukan. Jadi kami tidak hanya melakukan dari dari aluvial saja atau sisa dari timah, kami juga mengambil dari beberapa lokasi lapukan-lapukan tanah. Nah, sehingga ini akan kita gunakan untuk mempercepat nantinya bagaimana kita bisa mendeteksi di mana saja wilayah prospek yang mengandung REE. Dan terakhir yang terbaru yang kami lakukan, jadi kami mulai memetakan secara vertikal yang juga dilakukan di teman-teman di BRIN dan juga beberapa teman-teman di kampus yang lain, terutama Unhas, itu juga melakukan penelitian yang mirip. Jadi kita mengambil beberapa variasi secara vertikal dari lapukan-lapukan yang ada, kemudian setelah itu kita identifikasi horizon-horizon mana yang kira-kira berpotensi mengandung REE seperti ini. Jadi kita sudah identifikasi ada horizon O, A, B, dan C. Nanti ini adalah mineral-mineral lempung yang kita peroleh. Nah, kemudian setelah itu kita lakukan penelitian, masing-masing ini kita lakukan pengujian kadarnya. Sehingga akhirnya kita dapatkan pada horizon mana yang paling banyak mengandung REE. Jadi artinya kita akan dapatkan setidaknya ada 300 ppm yang zona-zona yang terkayakan dengan REE ini. Nah, ini masih awal sekali Bapak Ibu, jadi kita lagi mencari kira-kira tren yang menarik itu seperti apa di negara kita. Kalau untuk aluvial, kalau untuk sisa timah itu sudah hampir bisa dipastikan di situ sudah kita ketahui apa jenis REE-nya. Tinggal kita mengeksplorasi pada daerah-daerah lapukan seperti ini. Baik, itu kira-kira yang bisa kami tayangkan. Nah, kemudian kami coba menggabungkan semua data. Pertanyaannya, apakah REE kita itu menarik nggak dari sisi kadar? Nah, kami coba bandingkan. Jadi kalau ini granitnya Bangka seperti ini, kemudian kita punya monazit byproduct di Bangka yang kuning. Nah, ternyata memang kalau kita lihat REE yang ada di dalam sisa timah, itu memang posisinya di middle, di tengah-tengah dari beberapa deposit REE yang ada di dunia. Tetapi kalau kita bandingkan dengan yang tadi, yang ion absorption, ternyata kita masih di bawah, jauh di bawah dari kadar terendah yang ada. Nah, inilah yang menjadi tantangan Bapak Ibu. Jadi kami lagi mencari kira-kira signature apa yang bisa membantu kita untuk menunjukkan zona lapukan tertentu itu banyak mengandung REE. Nah, kemudian kami plotting di dalam di dalam Great Tonnage Model ini, maka kita dapatkan memang untuk monazit byproduct di Bangka itu cukup menjanjikan. Artinya memang ini yang paling mungkin kalau kita ingin mengkaji, meningkatkan kajian kita ke arah keekonomian. Maka yang kita kaji pertama memang yang aluvial dulu. Baik, kira-kira begitu. Mudah-mudahan tidak banyak memakan waktu yang disediakan. Jadi kurang lebih ini adalah konklusi atau kesimpulan yang sampai hari ini kami dapatkan. Yang pertama, kita memiliki potensial resources, jadi kami belum bisa mengatakan sebagai resource, kita hanya bilang sebagai potensi. Kemudian beberapa critical elements yang berhubungan dengan REE, itu bisa dengan timah. Kemudian tadi skandium, kita coba lihat di bauksit dan di nikel. Kemudian kami selalu melakukan beberapa penelitian dan teman-teman tadi, kadang-kadang kita sedang mencari litium sekarang Bapak Ibu. Jadi litium kita cari juga di red mud, kita cari di mud flows, jadi di panas bumi. Kita juga mencari red mud di daerah, mencari litium di lepuk-lepuk lapindo. Kemudian kita juga melihat primary granite, ada kemungkinan. Kemudian red ash content di aluvial, ini sudah kita dapatkan di placer. Kemudian kita juga sedang mengembangkan yang untuk ion absorption, dan ini adalah beberapa yang juga kita lakukan selalu penelitian dengan melibatkan mahasiswa, mahasiswa doktor juga ada, kemudian beberapa kolaborasi dengan teman-teman di Badan Geologi dan juga teman-teman di BRIN. Baik, terima kasih. Mohon maaf nanti kalau ada yang waktunya ini maupun yang terlalu mepet waktunya. Terima kasih sekali lagi. Mudah-mudahan bermanfaat bagi yang mendengarkan. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Prof. Syafrizal. Just about right, about like 13 minutes, yeah. Alhamdulillah. Okay, so we going straight to the Q&A session. Probably we'll look at probably maximum 2 or 3 questions. Maybe we start with 2 questions. Okay, so please, anyone that want to ask Prof. Syafrizal, you can write the question in the chat box, or just open your mic. You can raise your hand and open your mic. Okay. Okay. Not yet, yeah. We don't have any question for now. Okay.
Halo.
Yeah, please. Your name and your affiliation, please, Pak. I'm Zain Tuakia.
Ya, terima kasih. Bisa bahasa Indonesia ya?
Bisa.
Jelas ya.
Please stop.
Selamat pagi ya. Terima kasih untuk penyelenggaranya. Sangat menarik sekali. Salam kenal lagi Pak Safrizal. Kita pernah ketemu Pak.
Oh, siap Pak Zain.
Ya. Saya ini Pak menarik yang dikonklusi tadi. Jadi ternyata yang pleasure jadinya lebih menjanjikan dibanding yang
Ya,
air substance gitu.
ya.
Beberapa case kita di sini, kebetulan saya di Ambon, kita punya juga granit Ambon dan
Ya.
beberapa yang berbeda lah. Kemarin sih saya sempat baru mengambil dari batunya gitu kan, tapi karena dia dekat pantai dan endapan pasirnya sangat banyak juga gitu.
Ya.
Mungkin ada potensial juga. Terus saya pengen tahu aja Pak, untuk recovery-nya, maksudnya dari dia di batu, kemudian dia di plaster itu kira-kira
Ya.
gimana gitu tuh
Baik.
menghitung potensinya Pak. Mungkin
Baik.
itu aja
Terima kasih Pak
Pak
Zain.
Moderator ya.
Oke, gimana Pak Zain?
Langsung dijawab aja Pak Ramadan
Ya.
atau kita tunggu
Aja, ya.
dulu lagi?
Silakan.
Langsung aja ya.
Langsung.
Baik Pak Zain, terima kasih. Nanti tanggal 13 sampai tanggal 15 saya di Ambon Pak Zain. Nanti kita kota-kotakan Pak. Saya kebetulan
Siap, Pak.
ke Politeknik Ambon nanti tanggal 13 sampai 15. Pak Zain, jadi yang pertama untuk yang pengkayaannya Pak. Jadi untuk ion absorption tadi itu kami mendapatkan multiple dari background itu hanya sekitar tidak lebih dari 100 kali Pak Zain. Jadi artinya memang dari background yang ada pada batuan granit, kemudian kita dapatkan yang ada di concrete-nya itu dia hanya menjadi multiple itu pengkayaannya kurang lebih 100 kali saja. Tetapi pada saat kita bicara untuk endapan aluvial, jadi nanti itu sebenarnya triggernya itu yang kita lihat pertama apakah terdapat timah misalkan Pak Zen ya. Apakah ada timah, kemudian juga terdapat apakah ada wolframite atau tungsten. Karena kita duga itu mineralisasi yang muncul bersama-sama dengan REE itu memang sangat akrab dengan timah dan tungsten. Jadi artinya memang pada tipe Grayson atau pada dapan-dapan yang related dengan intrusi granit. Nanti kalau memang ini sudah ada Pak Zain, nanti diambil saja sistematik Pak. Jadi kalau kita lihat itu yang di Bangka itu malah detailingnya itu kenapa lebih menarik pengkayaan. Itu karena ada proses pemisahan dahulu. Karena kalau REE-nya monazit senotim itu SG-nya sekitar 4,9 sampai 5,1. Kita bandingkan dengan timah 6,8, kita bandingkan dengan silika 2,56. Nah, sehingga proses ekstraksi timah itu menyebabkan pengkayaan secara tidak sengaja untuk REE-nya. Nah, itu sebabnya kemarin kami mendapatkan yang positif tadi, positifnya itu adalah pada tiling, Pak Zain. Jadi artinya memang kita coba dulu aja mengambil sistematik. Jadi kalau mau Pak Zain bersedia, nanti saya bisa kirim mahasiswa, saya bisa usulkan penelitian di kampus, nanti Pak Zain tinggal usulkan lokasinya, nanti akan kami coba susun proposal untuk penelitiannya. Tapi secara cepat bisa begitu Pak Zain. Jadi kita runut aja dari fresh granit, kemudian kita ambil konsentrat yang ada di sungai, yang sampai ke laut tadi, kemudian kita ambil juga data secara vertikal dari lapukan tanahnya. Begitu kira-kira Pak Zain, jawaban sederhana sampai hari ini.
Oke, Prof. Safrizal ya. Sudah ada gambaran sih, mudah-mudahan bisa direalisasikan Pak.
Siap Pak.
Siap, makasih Mas Ramadan.
Ya, terima kasih banyak Pak Zain. Ya menarik sekali memang ya. Saya juga pernah dahulu ya mungkin pengen bertanya sedikit tentang Pak Safrizal juga. Saya pernah lihat peta Belanda zaman dahulu. Itu sudah ada daerah namanya Mamuju, sudah ada jadi di peta. Artinya yang saya tangkap adalah dari zaman Belanda dulu dia sudah adanya potensi RII Pak ya.
Ya.
Ya, di yang besar di Mamuju itu Pak ya, luar biasa. Kita mungkin historiknya memang menarik sekali, ternyata Belanda sudah sangat banyak, kita tinggal melengkapi dan juga melihat apa yang belum gitu Pak Safrizal mungkin Pak ya.
Betul Mas. Jadi yang tadi 4 lokasi yang sedang banyak rame-rame kita teliti sekarang itu memang dari historical semua itu Pak Ramadan. Jadi
Betul.
memang melihatnya teoritis. Jadi kalau kita punya granodiorit, kita punya terutama yang thorium ya, yang kalau di Mamuju kan karena banyak radioaktif. Jadi dia tidak terkayakan dari sisi timahnya, tapi pegmatik dan gresennya terkayakan dari radioaktifnya. Nah itu juga pembawa RE karena dia teman-temanan gitu ya. Jadi begitu juga dengan yang di Bangka, tapi kalau di Bangka kan tungsten dengan timah. Setuju Mas, itu memang informasi itu penting, cuman dulu itu mungkin nggak terlalu menarik karena kadarnya kecil ya. Sekarang dengan teknologi berkembang, demand terhadap RE menjadi luar biasa meningkat. Nah itu yang terjadi hari ini. Kira-kira, makasih Pak Ramadi, memang saya sependapat itu Pak.
Terima kasih Pak Safrizal. Mungkin ini terakhir ya, karena kita tinggal 7 menit lagi ya, sekitar 7 menit. Kebetulan ada pertanyaan yang ada di chat box, itu saya bacakan ya, dari Bu Reno Pratiwi. Ingin bertanya ke Pak Safrizal, apakah ada hubungan antara kondisi geologi spesifik di Indonesia yang kaya dengan lapisan vulkanik maupun pertemuan antar lempeng dengan potensi kandungan rare earth yang ada? Reno Pratiwi, Usakti.
Ya Mbak Reno, jadi memang sampai hari ini kita duga tadi Bu Reno, jadi artinya kita mencari ke arah granodiorit. Jadi kalau vulkanik kemarin kami mengambil di daerah Kalimantan Barat, kemudian kita juga ambil beberapa di daerah Kalbar, Kalteng, 2 provinsi itu yang kita coba bandingkan karena informasi yang kami peroleh awalnya itu ada dari Pak Adi Maulana di Sulawesi, itu ada interaksi yang vulkanik tadi. Jadi kami juga ambil kemarin, tapi hasilnya pengkayaannya nggak apa namanya nggak hasilnya mengecewakan Pak. Jadi satu orang mahasiswa master saya malah nggak bisa sidang karena nggak ada bedanya kandungan REE pada fresh rock dengan kandungan REE kalau kita bandingkan untuk konkret ya. Jadi artinya tidak ada pengkayaan di situ. Nah, memang akhirnya kita kembali kepada seperti Pak Ramadan katakan tadi, kita kembali ke yang klasik dulu, yang kita kejar memang data-data yang relatif yang sudah eksis, yaitu yang relatif dengan granodiorit pembawa radioaktif di Kalbar, kemudian granodiorit atau pluton yang berhubungan dengan pembawa-pembawa timah. Memang untuk vulkanik ini masih awal sekali Ibu, nanti kami juga karena kemarin mahasiswa saya 1 orang hasilnya negatif gitu ya, nggak menarik. Jadi saya juga agak mundur sedikit ini buat mapping kontak antara granodiorit dengan vulkanik tadi. Kira-kira gitu Pak Ramadan. Tapi ini nggak menutup masa kalau penelitian sih kita harus open semua kemungkinan.
Betul. Optimis ya Pak, kita optimis.
Optimis.
Find opportunity ya Pak.
Ya.
Oke, terima kasih banyak. Mohon maaf Pak Safrizal dan teman-teman semua. Pasti saya yakin ada beberapa yang ingin membahas dan ini mungkin bisa kita open discussion after this event. Probably if we meet Pak Safrizal, we can discuss this more privately and clearly.
Yes.
Thank you very much Pak Safrizal for the very interesting and insightful presentation. So because Pak will have to go, he has to go. So probably tim ICT we have to give the certificate ya to Pak Syafrizal.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much Pak Syafrizal.
Okay, well, thank you very much to Mr. Ramadan and also to Professor Syafrizal as the invited speaker. And before dismiss from Zoom meeting, as our highest appreciation, we would like to give the certificate of appreciation in virtually. Therefore, we would like to invite the Dean of FTKE, Bapak Dr. Muhammad Burhanuddin, to give the certificate virtually and continue with the photo session. So please welcome to the Dean of FTKE, Bapak Burhan, to give the certificate virtually. Yeah, or probably will be represented by the Vice Dean 1 of FTKE, Bapak Dr. Prakoso, to give the certificate virtually.
Okay, Pak Safrizal, yes, certificate of appreciation from us. Thank you for your participation, Pak Safrizal. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Pak Suryo.
Yeah.
So it's my honor to attend this conference. Very interesting, and I hope I will join with the next session in the July, I think, yeah, to in the conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much, Pak Syafrizal.
Okay, once again, thank you very much to Professor Syafrizal and also Bapak Dr. Suryo Prakoso as the Vice Dean 1. And yeah, due to another important meeting for Professor Syafrizal, it is allowed for you to dismiss from the meeting.
Thank you.
So much. Stay safe and stay healthy.
Thank you, Pak Ramadan. Thank you, Ibu.
Thank you very much, Pak Syafrizal.
Okay, and we continue to the next presentation. We'll give it back to the moderator. Please, Mr. Ramadan.
Okay, thank you very much, Bu Prayang, for the introduction. And then, so we get to start with the second presenter. Next, we have.
Bentar. Kenapa itu? Kenapa itu?
Okay, so the second presenter is Abang Mansur Syah Nugraha, atau we usually call him Pak Ega, ya. And he's my like a senior in geology, and he affiliation is in bachelor degree. He's finished it in ITB, Technic Geology, and he finished his master and doctoral degree in Royal Holloway, University of London. And Pak Ega, he write very interesting scientific publication in geology or science as general, and he is very multi-talented, very many journal publication in the international publication. So without further ado, so please, Pak Ega, you can start your presentation.
Thank you, Mas Ramadan, for the introductions. I feel very humbled to get invited for this event, and I'd like to thank the committee and also the honorable and distinguished participants, and particularly for the participants that spend their time to attend this meeting. So yeah, so a bit different with topics that we have listened before, although it's very interesting topics, but now we are going to go a bit more geology. It's very basic and fundamentals geology. So today I'm going to talk about the geology of Sulawesi in general and its implications to the tectonics of Eastern Indonesia. And I know Mas Ramadan also at the moment pursuing his PhD to study about the Eastern Indonesia as well. So hopefully we will have a good discussion later. So before that, let me try to share my screen here. Can you see my screen, Mas Ramadan?
Yeah, I can see it clearly, but you can just still to present. So
It's still
it haven't in slide slow yet.
okay. I might choose wrongly. Okay, now it's in the slides, all right?
Yeah, very
Okay,
good.
all right. Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. So today, I'm going to talk about Sulawesi. Most of all you here already know where the Sulawesi is. So it's a very interesting place where there's a junction between the three major plates, Eurasian, Pacific, and Indian Australian plate. So Before that, why this is important for us as a geologist and also as a geoscientist to know the conditions of the geology of Sulawesi and also in Eastern Indonesia. I think it's important if we gonna talk about the explorations of the natural resources in Sulawesi and also in Eastern Indonesia, as Professor Safrizal has mentioned before, that the conditions of Indonesian geology also control the distributions of the rare earth and elements. And from my background itself, I usually study for the oil and gas explorations, but I know in general, the geological information is important for not only mineral explorations, but also oil and gas, and not limited also to the other natural resources like water, soils, even flora and fauna. So why this is important to study about the Sulawesi? Although I spent almost 10 years to study about Sulawesi, but I was always amazed about new things that I discovered in here in Sulawesi. Although compared to Western Indonesia, Eastern Sulawesi is relatively less studied and less understandable about the geology. But today, there are three main points that I'm going to deliver through this presentation. First one is the timing of the collisions of the Sula spore. So the Sula spore here is the yellow part here that was derived from the Australian margin, and we believe that is now distributed in Eastern Indonesia. And why this is important? I mean, for oil and gas explorations, it's important because this is one of the prolific for oil and gas exploration, particularly in the Cretaceous petroleum system plate. And the second one is about the evolutions of the Banda Oceanic Plate. So we know this white one in the middle here is the Banda Oceanic Plate. There's also debates about the origin and the time of the Banda Oceanic Plate itself. And thirdly, how we can understand the whole puzzles of informations in relation to the subduction, Banda subduction in this area. Okay, so first thing that I want to show to you all here is the distributions of the Sula spore itself. So Sula spore is the continental crust, partly, was derived from the Australian continent, and we can now pretty much show where the boundaries is. So this data is basically from the zircons minerals. So we did the absolute datings, and I try to combine all the available data that has been published and from my study as well. So we can see that the extent of the Sula spore is now widely extend up to the eastern Sulawesi to the West Papua. So again, why this is important? If you're looking for oil and gas for the Cretaceous plate, so this is the area that you might to look for. And of course, another thing as well related to the mining industry, as Pak Safrizal had mentioned before, that zircon is one of the indicators of the rare earth element. So as you can see here, you can also get the area that you might to look for. So why this is important? Because we got the inherited edges. So from this zircon, we basically get layers of minerals where we can dating, and we got the inherited edges of the Proterozoic, which is the Gondwana origins. This is the very old one, and then we also got the Paleozoic and Mesozoic. This indicating the Sula spore origin. So before this has been gap fragmented, there's one big blocks of microcontinents. And why this can be dispersed like this, so we will learn about it later in this talk. Okay. All right. So most of you already know this tectonics reconstruction from Robert Hall. And there's another student of Robert Hall as well, based on his study in Seram, indicating the some tectonic evolutions of Eastern Indonesia. So before we discuss a bit more, so I try to explain to you what the color represent in here. So the red color in here is indicating the Gondwana origin or Australian derived continents. And the yellow one here is the Eurasia, or we usually call it as the Sundaland, while the bright green color here is the volcanic and also ophiolite arc, while the dark green in here is the old Jurassic oceanic plate, while the blue one is the younger oceanic plates. And from this tectonic reconstruction, especially in Eastern Indonesia, we can say that Eastern Indonesia is relatively younger than the Western Indonesia, and it form or start to form in the early Neogene or in the early Miocene. And three main points that we can get from here related to the tectonics and structural evolutions. The first one is the movement of this subduction. So this now is the Banda subduction here. But previously it moved from the west to the east. And as we can see, it's following the arcuate shape of the Banda environment. And then the secondly is the edge of the formations of the oceanic plate that form in the Banda Sea. So we can see there's an extension that form the oceanic plates in the middle of the sea here, which previously have no young oceanic plates. And thirdly, and most importantly, is the collision time of the Sula spore itself. So why Sulawesi? As we see before, that Sulawesi is the first area of the first location where the Sula spore is touched the eastern part of the Sundaland. And now we are going to review the timing of the collisions and then its relation to the opening of the Banda Basin and the tectonostratigraphic relations. And then as we can see here, Sulawesi geology is very complex. Let's say in the western part, we get mostly igneous rocks and volcanic rocks, which also interested if you're looking for mining industry like the rare earth element. And in the central part, we got the main metamorphic belt cutting through the middle part of Sulawesi. And the eastern part, we got the green one here is the ophiolite and ultramafic rocks. This ophiolite and ultramafic rocks is very important, particularly for the nickel mineral exploration, as we know that Sulawesi is the biggest nickel producer in Indonesia. And further east, we got this yellow part is the micro continent that was part of the Australia. And for one of the reasons why Sulawesi is very interesting is of course for hydrocarbon explorations. As you can see, there are different part or different kind of the basins that were formed in Sulawesi, and we can also see there are so many oil and gas indicators like gas seeps, oil field, and oil seep that we can see around Sulawesi. So I think it's very important for us before we start the explorations is to understand the geological concepts, not only the stratigraphy, but also the structural and also the tectonic conditions of the area. And this is some evidence of the timing of the collisions. These are from these ages is from the sedimentary rocks or from the sin orogenic deposit that I collected from Eastern Sulawesi, and it got inherited ages with the early Miocene and the late Oligocene age. And this also well tied or well correlatable with the metamorphic rocks that were found in the Central Sulawesi metamorphic belt, where we can find blue seas in this area is showing the age of 30 to 20 million years ago. And the new one from the latest study also indicating 23 to 17 million years ago. So what we can see in here that we know that blue seas is the rocks or metamorphic rocks that are related to the subduction, and then now is exposed in Central Sulawesi. And also in here, we can see the inherited ages. This possibly in the Bongka formation is related to the emplacement or to the erosions of the ophiolitic rocks in the Eastern Sulawesi. And again, this is part of my PhD study. So for students, I can tell you that basically in geology we learn not only from the bigger picture, but everything is start from the small things. So including the study or even the low budget study can also have a big impact on the tectonics or bigger pictures of geology. So this is the sin orogenic deposits in Southeast Arm. So I dated the materials that were eroded from the rocks that have been deformed during the solar spore collisions. And I found out that the ages, this is from the old report, from the Dutch report, that the Burdigelian or early Miocene carbonate rocks contain serpentinite and also chert fragments that indicating this is the early beginning of erosions of the ophiolite emplacement. And later in the 17 to 15 million years ago, there's a significant erosions of the ophiolitic rocks that become or deposited as the ophiolitic rich sediments as you can see in here. So now we can confirm that the collision time of the solar spore collisions, it should be around 20 to 19 million years ago based on this data and ages. And if we look for more closely in here, this is what I try to compile all the ages from the magmatic, metamorphic, and also phreatic rocks in Sulawesi. Now we can see the bigger pictures on how these different rocks are correlated. So for this purpose, I will only focus on the Neogen part. So we can see that, as I mentioned before, there's a blue-cis metamorphic rocks that is found in the Rumbia and then Kolaka and also garnet peridotite that were found also in central Sulawesi. This is studied by Pak Kadarusman, indicating that these all metamorphic rocks are related to the subduction, but now are exposed in Sulawesi. And also another thing that I've mentioned before is the first record of the ophiolitic rocks, and this related to the emplacement of this central Sulawesi and also East Arm ophiolite or mafic rocks that were widely exposed now in eastern Sulawesi. So first, these rocks were formed during Paleogene, and then it's collided in the early Miocene, and then it's got in place during this time where this produced the ophiolitic rocks in Sulawesi. And this is how we look and how we understand how to complete the puzzles on Sulawesi geology. And another thing after that, the collisions, there were previous interpretations indicating that another collisional events happened in Sulawesi, at least in the Middle Miocene and Pliocene, but this is not or cannot be seen in the metamorphic and also magmatism or from the igneous rock studies, because this is the rocks that we found mostly in the western and also central Sulawesi. They are all mostly granitoid rocks, and the study indicating that this granitoid rock is related to the thinning or extension of the crust. So it's not related to the another collisional event. It's same also with the metamorphic rocks that is found in here. They are exhumed as a metamorphic complex in the extensional in the extensional tectonics events. So that's why we can we can interpret that the collisional event in Sulawesi only happened once in the early Miocene, and then the latter tectonic events is mostly extensional. And why this can be happen, later we will discuss about it, because this is the far field effects of the extension or of the subduction rollback that happened in the Banda. So if we look at the map, so I try to map all the compiled edges. You can see that in the western part, we get lots of very young edges of the granitoid rocks that is related to the extensional event. And then in the central part, this is metamorphic belt, particularly in the eastern part. This have a very, early Miocene, mainly early Miocene ages. And interestingly, if you can see further again in the Banda Sea, this is the North Banda Sea, and this is the South Banda Sea. The edges of this is the edge of the volcanic rocks that were dredged from the cruise. We can see that the edges is getting younger towards the east. So how this can be correlated? So we need to look a bit more and into more further. And another question that is raising, if you know that the collision event is only happened once in the early Miocene, while there are many, let's say, truss and also strike slip faults that is younger prior to the collisional event. So I try to understand that for the past couple of years, and then how to understand that, I propose regional structural generations of Sulawesi. So how we can see later on, try to correlate with the regional tectonics of Eastern Indonesia. So based on the evidence that I can see, not only from the field, but also from the subsurface images, Sulawesi can be separated into 3 major structural zones. So the first one is a contractional peripheral. So we can see that along the peripheral edges of Sulawesi, we get many thrust faults, not only in the northern part, but western part, the east arm, and also in the southeast arm. And in the middle, we get the extensional interior zones, and this is mostly where we can get the extensional basins, like in the Gorontalo and also in Bono basins, but they are all cut by the strike slip zones. Particularly in the Gorontalo here is also affected by the northward movement of the Sulawesi trends here. And these are basically related to the lithospheric stretching and also magmatism that will happen in Sulawesi. So before we go into that, I'm going to show you evidence. So I cannot show you the latest seismic, although I have several projects with the latest regional seismic plan, but for this purpose, I can only show you the published one. So this is from the northern Sulawesi. As you can see, this is the part of the subduction, North Sulawesi subduction zone. But if you can see a bit more details, not only thrust faults in the frontal zone, but in the hinterland, we can also get the normal faults. And this is very interesting because if we see from these interpretations, this looks like a gravity fault and thrust associated in this area. And we move further into the West Sulawesi, it's kind of the same as well. We get a deformed thrust and fault zone, but in the hinterland area close to the onshore, we get major extensional or normal faults. It's the same also in the southeast Sulawesi area. It's particularly towards the Tolo Trough here. We get thrust complex in the Tolo Trough, and if we move further inland, we got extensional series of extensional faults in the area. And this is the example of in the Gorontalo. We get the extensional basin systems that is related to the extensional metamorphic core complex in the north arm. And again, this is in the southeast arm. This is part of the central extensional interior zone. And we move further into the east, we can see there's a change of the structural style from extensional and then move to the contractional that are also cut by several strike slip faults. So why this can be happen, and then what's relations with the opening of the Banda Oceanic lithosphere? So before we talk further about how we put the puzzles together, we need to understand also about the age of the Banda Oceanic lithosphere, because previously the Banda Sea is considered as a Mesozoic oceanic crust, and even some is interpreted as a Cretaceous and Eocene basins. But the data that is collected from the volcanic rock that is dredged is indicating it's much younger oceanic crust. So in the North Banda Basin, the age is basically like a middle Miocene from 12 to 7 million years ago, while in the South Banda is mostly latest Miocene to Pliocene, 6 to 3 million years ago, and it's getting younger towards the Weber Trough. And this also confirmed by the study of the magnetic lineations constraints and to confirm the late Neogene opening of the oceanic crust in the Banda here. And if we look on the tomography, I try to look at the tomography as well to confirm the tectonics of the area. So what the tomography showing red is so the tomography is basically the representations of the earthquake wave movement on the earth or underneath the surface. So it's basically we get red is the hotter rising zones, while the blue is basically cooler descending one. So as a geologist, we interpret this is a part of the slab, the blue one. And in Sulawesi itself, it's very complex. We got three main slabs underneath Sulawesi. We get Sangihe slab, we get Sula slab, and also we get the Celebes slab that also control the geology of Sulawesi. Okay, this is the movement. As we can see that the slab is the dip of the slab is changing towards from central Sulawesi to East Sulawesi. And this is important as well. If we can see here from, so if we see here from the southern Sulawesi to the central Sulawesi, we can see that the slab is not clear. So, or maybe the other way around, from the central Sulawesi, we can see the Sula slab in here. But if we move southwards towards the South Sulawesi, there's no slab that we can see clearly in here. So it might be related to the slab tearing, as you can see in here, or a slab break off. So this movement or this evidence also can help us to understand on how the metamorphic rocks such as the blue seas and also garnet peridotites that is related to the subductions in the dip of the subducted slab can now expose in Sulawesi. So this indicating that this event of the slab tearing and possibly the slab break off that's responsible for the exhumations of the high pressure and then low temperature rocks and also ophiolite emplacement in eastern Sulawesi. So this is the 3D schematic diagram across central Sulawesi, where now we can only see the Sula slab, and then from the tomography that I showed you before, the changing of the dip is possibly related to the tearing. There is a possibility of the slab tearing beneath the Gorontalo Bay, and from the high anomaly of gravity data also can be seen like this, and then it might be responsible to the uplift of the Togen Islands and possibly related to the unique positions of the Una volcano in here. So the Sula slab remaining is only in the underneath of the east arm, but now we cannot see anymore beneath the South Sulawesi because there have been a break off. Okay, and if we look at if we look further again in eastern Indonesia, we are now
5 minutes remaining.
Okay, the slab is the shape is just like a bowl shape. And then it's also the same as the latest study by the Sri Widyantoro. And then this is the 3D image of the slab. And then I try to put all the puzzles together and then make geological reconstructions in here. We can see that North Banda Basin and South Banda Basin as the oceanic plate. And then why that can be happen? So it's basically if we remember the earlier I said there's a old Jurassic slab in the eastern Indonesia are now is sinking, and then the trend is moving with time towards the east, as we called it as the subduction rollback. And then this is the schematic structural reconstructions. So if we make a reconstruction back, we can see that the North Banda Basin is, and also South Banda Basin was initially formed from the one big blocks of the Sulaspo that are now extended and dispersed in the eastern Indonesia. And this is the impacts of the extensional. So that's why we get lithospheric thinning in Sulawesi. We got so many magmatisms, and also we got exhumation core complex because of the thinning due to of the subduction rollback. So there's a model in here of the subduction rollback. So the blue one here is the shortening, while the back or the back arc or area in here experiencing very much extension, and this extension also responsible of the formations of the North and the Banda Oceanic crust in here. And okay, this is the subduction rollback model. I can say you later. This is the 3D model of the fragmentations of the continental block and in eastern Indonesia due to the subduction rollback. And we also made the structural reconstruction using palispatic to understand how the rollback is happened. And the most importantly, the effect will be increasing the gradient geothermal is in eastern Indonesia, particularly in Sulawesi, which previously considered as a low gradient geothermal, but with this new information and new knowledge, we can understand that the gradient geothermal in Indonesia is relatively high. And another important information, as the subsidence is happen due to the extensional, we also can get a lot of thick sedimentary basin that is can be for the oil and gas operations. So here the summary and discussion. So basically, Sulaspo corrections we know is happened in the early Miocene, and then the later tectonic event is extensional. And in Sulawesi is mostly affected by the far field effects of the subduction rollback that happened in eastern Indonesia. And yeah, then better understanding of the structural evolutions and zonation is important in the explorations. Not only oil and gas exploration, but also in the mineral explorations. All right. I hope I make it on time. Mas Ramadan, thank you to make it too long.
No, it's actually you have like 2 minutes, but it's just good. Okay, thank you very much, Pak Ega, for the presentation, and we're going to stick to our first plan. Yeah, so the Q&A session will be hold after the last presenter. Yeah, Pak Ega. So we have to wait about 20 minutes. Okay, thank you very much, Pak Ega, for very interesting and very insightful. Yeah. And I think I will ask 1 or 2 questions if that's possible.
Yeah, thank you, Mas Ramadan.
So thank you very much, Pak Ega. So we have our final presenter. Okay, our final speaker for this morning session. It's Pak Pri Agung Rahmanto, ST MSc PhD. So the ICT team, please share the CV of Pak Pri Agung. Okay. Yeah, so Pak Pri Agung, he finished his bachelor degree in Teknik Perminyakan ITB in 1998 and finished his MBA in Energy and Environmental Management in Twente in Netherlands 2002, and also MSc Energy and Mineral Economics Scholar School of Mines in 2006, and finished his PhD in Political Economy, Market Liberalization Policies in Indonesia's Oil Sector from Twente also. So his affiliation is from Petroleum Engineering Faculty of Earth Technology and Energy Universitas Trisakti. And his position is lecturer and researcher, and his interest is petroleum economics. And recently, He's the founder and advisor of Reforminer Institute, Research Institute for Mining and Energy Economics. Also Dewan Pakar Ikatan Ahli Teknik Perminyakan Indonesia IATMI. Also Ketua Ikatan Ahli Teknik Perminyakan Indonesia IATMI. So without further ado, please, thank you very much, Pak Pri Agung Rahmanto.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mas Ramadan. Thank you very much, Mbak Praya, Master of Ceremony, and good morning, honorable guests, Professor Kadarsa as a Trisakti Rector, and honorable Pak Burhanuddin as a Dean of the Faculty of Earth and Energy Technology Trisakti. And good morning, all the participants, all the distinguished speakers, and all the participants of the pre-event panel discussion series 1 on the Trisakti event this morning. Okay, today or this morning, I would like to share my perspective related to energy transition and put the energy transition context in the framework of our energy policy. I'll try to share my presentation at the moment. Hopefully it's on the screen right now. It's on the screen. Yes. Okay.
Okay, very clear, Pak.
Yes, very clear. Thank you. This is the outline of my presentation. We start from the perspective on energy transition, and then we continue with the basic premises. One of the basic premises in the energy, which is energy security, and then we continue to try to look the energy transition and its implementation in the framework of Indonesian national energy policy, and then lastly, we try to revisit to the principles, and with the main message, I think from my message, from my personal view, that we don't need to reinvent the wheel in responding this issue, and then hopefully from there we can get a more constructive discussion. I think I'll start with various perspective on energy transition. I'd like to start with various terminology related to energy transition. There are many terminologies related to energy transition, whether from the most probably ambitious one, that zero emission, that we are not allowed to produce emission at all from any human activities. It is called zero emission, or the more relatively moderate, that we are allowed to produce emission at the lowest possible, and then it needs to be reabsorbed from the atmosphere, and then it is called as net zero emission. So net zero means there is emission, but can be neutralized into zero or the lowest possible. Also, there is terminology called carbon neutral. It's almost similar with net zero emission, but carbon neutral is more related to the mechanism and the mechanism about the system, how to make the carbon neutral, both in some technical or in non-technical way. And then the last one is the terminology probably the most moderate one. It is called low carbon economy. So what is low carbon economy? It's basically an economy based on low carbon energy sources. So economy is growing. It is allowed to release minimal greenhouse gases to the atmosphere, and then but still in the tolerable level that still ensure the sustainability for the economy and the development. So that's some various terminologies and implicitly perspective on the way people look at energy transition. And what is the status of the energy system right now? The current status is based on the data from the BP Energy Outlook and also data from International Energy Agency of the life side. We can see that until now, still 2/3 of the global energy mix still contributed by fossil fuel, basically. This is the last status, 2020 to 2023. And then from there are many and various scenarios related to what will be the next global energy mix. This one of the scenario is developed by IEA, International Energy Agency. It's a cooperation amongst the member countries, which mostly of its member are European countries who are very advanced in the technological improvement, technological side of the renewable energy. So their perspective on energy transition or the global energy mix for the future should be like this, where at the 2050 energy system will be or estimated or projected to be dominated by renewables, in particular until up to 71%. That's one of the perspective or scenario developed by the IEA. The other scenario developed or projected by the BP, almost similar. BP call it as a net zero emission scenario, where renewables is more progressive. In fact, based on the data, it is more progressive than the IEA projection itself. So 74% of the global energy mix contributed by renewables, and if it is added with nuclear, it will be more than 80%. So there is significant decreases, yes, in the fossil fuel portion in those two scenarios, I think. But if we look at the right side, there is BP also developed another scenario. They call it as a BP new momentum scenario. It is scenario or projection of the future global energy mix based on the recent development or the recent path of global energy is currently developing. So in a more simple way, I think probably the new momentum scenario developed by BP is the scenario that is developed more realistic, probably because it is based on the latest or the current path of how global energy system is moving right now. Okay, and then One, this is just several countries' projection on how their energy mix will be in the future. So it's there are variability, of course, because every country has its resources, its projection, has their own objective and their own interest. But one of the most prominent, probably we can see how the US, in particular, how the US see the future of the energy transition, and based on the Department of Energy of US projection, they themselves still projecting that until 2050, their energy system will be contributed by about 66% will still be contributed by fossil fuel in 2050. So the point that I would like to say in this context is that, again, there are many ways, many views, many perspectives on the energy transition, not only one of the path or just only one scenario in related to energy transition, because every countries, every actors, including the players of the company, the big players, the companies, for example, have their perspective, their objective in related to the energy transition and how they will react or respond to the theme of energy transition. Yes, and what about Indonesia in this context? This is we start with the current status of our energy mix. So yes, right now, more than still 2/3 or 60% of our energy mix also contributed is by fossil fuels, and it is basically not. We cannot say this is good or bad, but what I can say is that this is basically in line with global trend. I mean, as we refer back to the previous data, the global energy system also about 60% is still contributed by fossil fuel. And if we look at the portion of the renewables, which is right now about 13%, this is not actually, I can say from my perspective, it is moderate, because the country like US itself, it's about the same portion. Of course, different with the many IES number, for example, Denmark or Sweden, which they have more than 40% of their energy system contributed by renewables. But if Indonesia's position is better than Japan, for example, or Korea, which their energy system also at this position, at this now, is about only 10% contributed by renewables. So in that respect, I think Indonesia is in the moderate position in my view, and we actually have RUEN, General Plan of National Energy, or Rencana Umum Kebijakan Energi Nasional. It is regulated under Presidential Regulation number 22, 2017, and the government has the projection. This is the projection. In 2050, we can see that coal is still 25%, and there is increasement. There is increased projection in the renewables from status now 13% to 25% in 2030, and then increase again to 30% in 2050. and the composition of the 31% is mostly or the majority of the portion will come from the electricity sector, about 75% of it, and then the rest from the other sectors. Okay, that's the energy system of the status of, or the status of the energy mix of Indonesia and its projection based on our current regulation. And then, okay, before we put into the framework of national energy policy, it is probably interesting to see and related to the reality or to the, in particular in this context, is the projection made by BP is where their projection is based on current energy system working or developing. Okay, this is talk about energy security, where before we continue to the slide, but from my perspective, the energy security is still the most important thing. And in this context, availability has always been the most important aspect for every country. This is the data from 2019 to 2030. Why this data? What I would like to say from this data is that we experienced COVID-19, and then energy demand at the time dropped significantly, and then we all at the global start to recover its economy, start to recover gradually. And when the economy started to recover, it needs energy. And what happened in that period, that coal and oil and gas still play a dominant role in fulfilling the energy demand in that period. So the trend on the investment in those sectors, in oil and gas, in upstream, in the midstream, and the coal sector, showing the trend that when economic is recovering, then investment is also recovering. The same trend also applied to the investment, the investment pattern in the cleaner energy sources. It is important to note that one of the components in the renewable energy investment in this data actually is investment allocated to CCS and CCUS project, carbon capture storage and carbon capture storage utilization project, which are mainly still related to oil and gas sector and also to coal sector. So although it is mentioned in the renewables energy or cleaner energy investment, those investment are basically still related to oil and gas sector and coal sector. This is the supporting data again, that coal consumption in the period after COVID increased, growing positively, in particular in China and India. China and India is important in this, in current energy global system, because they are with the biggest population in the world. China is one of the main driver for the energy demand right now. India is also important. United States and Europe the pattern of the coal consumption is not the same with China and India, because they are advanced countries, and then they have energy system which can shift swiftly from coal and then to gas and then to other energy sources like nuclear in their energy system. So the pattern is slightly different. Once their energy system is recover or relatively more stable after the shock period, then they indeed reducing their coal consumption and then put back into more cleaner, so-called cleaner, I have to say, the energy sources like gas and then renewable like nuclear. But the main point is this context that coal implicitly is one of the most important energy sources that is used by all countries in responding the shock in the energy supply. Yes. Coal prices in the period 2021-2022 peak reached its peak level to $400 per ton, which is very high at that period. Also, oil and gas at the same period also above $100 per barrel. This is again supporting data what's going on or what's happened in the Europe at that period where European countries which relied its energy system mainly from the European gas. When the shock of the energy system they were facing, they use and utilize gas quite dominant. Yeah, coal again also dominant that period. But because in the European, we all know that.
Ya, tapi dikecilin suaranya ya.
At that time also there is, I think, a war and conflict of escalation in the Eastern European between Russia and Ukraine. And what happened? Recovery of the economy after COVID, together with war that is ongoing in between Russia and Ukraine, causing the shift on the European energy market. So right now, the portion of the natural gas consumed by distributed to Europe is no more heavy reliant to Russian gas. So before the war, more than 30% pipeline natural gas of the European depended on the Russian gas, but now it's only about 10%. So there is shifting in the European energy system, in particular natural gas, in the way they fulfill their energy demand. So this is part of the energy global market working because United States is now the biggest player in the production of shale gas. They have surplus in their production, and they need to find the new market for their gas of production. And with the war that is happening in Russia, between Russia and Ukraine, there is a blockade and there's a sanction to Russia to market, to sell the gas to the European, and then the European countries itself has shifted into non-Russian suppliers, and their system is quite reliable in shifting from pipeline sources into natural gas, into LNG sources, so they can receive gas sources from any other part of the world.
7 minutes remaining, Pak Agung.
Okay, then the next is the China, I think. How many minutes? 5?
7, Pak.
Okay. Okay, so we can continue that. Basically, our energy policy framework is energy policy framework is robust. The three component is availability, and then access at affordable price, and then related to environment protection. So it's already there. The principle with some of main policy. Like I mentioned in Article 3 here is the priority of energy development, local energy development, and then utilization of all energy resources that we have. And then, okay, probably I will just continue that since the time is limited. Currently, there is an ongoing process and discussion to revise the energy system. There are debate and there are ongoing process that we are going to revise into more aggressive than current rule. So there is a tendency to move or to achieve more ambitious target in renewable energy up to 70% in 2060, but it's still on debate. This is ongoing and the revision progress, so it's not done yet. Then one of the instruments to implement in the energy transition, currently government is taking it through the JETP program, which is one of mechanism using external sources of funding, mainly based on loan. As a result, as one of the results of the G20 summit in Bali, and the main focus of the JETP is in the power sector. So early termination of coal power sector and replacing fossil fuel with renewable energy sources. Okay, this is the trilemma energy. So basically, this is the principle that our energy policy already in line with global practice. And there are three components basically: energy security, equity related to access at affordable price, and environmental sustainability related more to the environmental impact and related to transition energy. So, and the score, this is the score, the higher the score, the better the condition. We are at the moderate position, not that good at certain aspect, in particular at this is the score. This is the score. We can discuss it later into more detail, but I would say in general we are in the moderate position. There are dynamic of the score itself. Okay, so in a sense, we don't need to reinvent the wheel. I mean, there is nothing new. What we have to do, what we need to do in responding to transition energy theme. This is probably normative. Just implemented our energy policy in proportional way, concrete and consequent and consistent with our energy policy itself, and basically utilize all energy resources that we have, because our competitive advantage lies basically in the diversity of the energy resources that we have. This is the energy resources from fossil fuel that we have. We all know all geologists know more than me. We know that we still have many untapped resources, both in petroleum, in coal, and also in the renewable. So yes, we just need to be more concrete and consequent policy implementation, which is this is just if we look at the need
Minutes remaining, Pak.
funding. Yes, just one more minute. If we sometimes we often say that the limitation is in the budget or in the funding. But if we look at the budget we spend yearly in the subsidy, it's like in 2022, it's reached 500 trillion rupiah, which is much more than the fund that is promises by the JETP program. So we can discuss it in the aspect, but my point is that we need a political will actually, instead of the limitation in the budget. So yeah, this is just the example. When we direct involvement through state budget, the project is done and finished by the government, like the case in the pipeline GSM phase 1, and the governments continue to the phase 2. So I think that's my presentation. Thank you, Mas Ramadan. Sorry for the time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Priagung. So it's actually just in time, just on time, like 30 seconds to 30 minutes. So thank you very much. So yeah, finally we get to the ending of this morning session, which is the Q&A morning session. And okay, so for now, you can ask question to Pak Ega and Pak Priagung. You can write it on the chat box, or you just raise your hand and ask directly to both our speaker. Okay, so I think that's one question to. Okay, thank you from Widya Yanti. Thank you for your interesting topic of presentation. My name is Widya Yanti, currently a PhD student in Chulalongkorn University. I've read from many references that the renewable energy projects are starting to be included into the PSN, Proyek Kereta Strategis Nasional, by the which has main goal to achieve the ambition target of Indonesia in renewable energy. So my question is, the action to include the RE projects into PSN is really effective way? Is it effective? Is the PSN concerned about 3 pillars of sustainability? So I think that's a question from Bu Widya. Maybe Pak Priagung can straight answer this question, Pak.
Directly, Mas Ramadan?
Yeah, directly, please.
Yes, Bu Widya Yanti, it is a very pointful question. I think it PSN right now, I think is, of course, with the transition energy theme that is currently our government is also absorbing and also participating. One of the renewable energy initiative or project are part of the PSN, and one of it I think has already been done by the government. For example, the PLDS Surya, the solar panel power project that just recently been done with the PLN. But again, it is one of, like you mentioned, I agree, this is one of the most effective way to put into PSN, because if it is put into PSN, then there is pressure, formal pressure for the government to do it and be accountable on it. So just right, it has to be. This has to be put in the PSN, and I think the government is working on it. In particular, that's why they are now working on the basis for doing it. They are now working on revising the current national energy plan, but it's still not done yet. So it is ongoing process. So I think after they have their new national energy plan or the new national energy policy, then it will become the basis translated into strategic program into renewable energies. But it is from my view. Yes. But one of the top priority, I think, is the early retirement of the coal power plant. I think is already, but it's not yet released into one of the concrete the PSN project at this moment.
Okay, I hope that answered the question, Bu Winda. So we're going to open for the next question. So you can ask to Pak Priagung and Pak Aiga. So I've seen Pak Muhammad Taufik raise his hand, so you can open your mic, Pak Muhammad Taufik.
Okay. Thank you for give me opportunity to ask something. Pak Pri, your presentation interesting me to know something. As we know, nowadays we still have imported oil from abroad, where oil and other fossil energy such as coal and gas are polluting our atmosphere. I would like to know which non-fossil energy and cleaner energy should be get priority to develop with considering the potency of natural resource in Indonesia, available infrastructure, economic factor, and other factor. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Taufik. Yes, if we look at let's say transition energy program that is set by the government at this moment right now, we can see that the main priority of the government in its attempt to reduce the emission gas is through power sector. So I can say that power sector is the first priority in reducing gas emission in the energy sector, and this projected will be done by first early termination of coal, and then replacing, which is a lot, yeah. Replacing or termination of coal power plant is a lot and it's not that easy to implement in the case of Indonesia, because the power factor from coal is still become the base load for our power system. And then gas is because gas become the third, the second priority, I think, in the power sector. It is still considered as one of the clean energy, along with in the power sector, along with geothermal. In the current draft, it is mentioned nuclear, which will play an important role in the future, but it's still uncertain because because the discussion in the regulation is still in progress. So that's in the power sector. But in the other sector, for instance, in the transportation, I think electricity vehicle become one of the priority for the government to transition energy, Pak Taufik, in this context. But yes, again, along with my presentation, I agree that we need a clear prioritization, clear strategy, prioritization, and then we need to implement consistently. In the context of oil and gas, one of the prominent potential project, I think the CCS and CCUS, but still the government already issuing the regulation to accommodate, to attract the investment in the carbon and capture utilization storage. But I think that's the things that I know so far, Pak Taufik. So there are some priorities, and of course, in the other sector like coal, I think cleaner production in the coal production system, and then coal regasification, and with cleaner energy, with cleaner technology, I think is still also become part of the government priority.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Taufik Patadin and Pak Priagung. Okay, so there's quite plenty question of this energy topic. Okay, Bu Reno also asked again in the chat box. With the continued development of green energy issues, it can be said that the use of fossil energy appears to be decreasing. In your opinion, what is the role of petroleum engineers in responding to the situation in the future? Okay, Pak Triagung.
Yes, thank you, Pak Ramadan. Thank you, Bu Reno. Yes, if we look at projection, probably we may pessimistic that the portion of the petroleum and fossil fuel will be decreased, but that's probably inevitably will happen, that the portion will be decreased, but the amount or the absolute amount of the demand for petroleum and fossil, I think is still continue growing because the use of petroleum product is not only for energy consumption but also for industry, for fertilizer, for petrochemical. That's one side. Also for the coal sector, for example, there is continuously developing a cleaner technology in producing the fossil fuel. So if we look back at, or we look back to the definition, or we refer to the terminology of carbon neutral, and net zero, and low carbon economy. That's basically still give the room for all energy resources to be continue developing with cleaner energy process, with cleaner energy system, and there is also mechanism to compensate the emission released from the fossil fuel. So that is the way the transition energy will work, I think. And in that particular case, that is why I, in my presentation, show to you that energy transition has many different perspective, because every country has different objective, different interests, and different view on the energy transition. And so I'm trying to not to be biased, of course, in this context, because I am also part of the petroleum energy or petroleum people or fossil fuel people. But to be objectively, it is like the BP projection also mentioned, it is based on how our energy system is working right now. It is projected that all the energy sources will play important role, but with cleaner energy process. So let's hopefully answer at one point. At the other point, I would like to stress out also that actually petroleum industry at a global level is positive, is growing positive. Yeah, so reserve is increasing, exploration is increasing, reserve increasing, production is increasing. At this moment, with the revolution of shale oil and shale gas, we at the position we basically at the position that we are not afraid with the we are not worried with the supply side, that we lack of supply of fossil fuel, in particular petroleum. That's why when there is war, there is conflict or escalation, oil price will increase, but not that not that high, because basically market know that the supply is there, the technology is there. The different condition, in fact, is happening in Indonesia, because we are indeed decreasing our reserve, decreasing production, decreasing. But at the global level, the condition is not like that. Petroleum industry is growing positively. So, in related to petroleum engineer or petroleum engineering department or coal, also or geological department, I think we can. The market is not only limited to our country, but also beyond our country, because at the global level, the industry is still growing and needs talented and expertise from our department. So it is our duty, our jobs to together to improve our expertise, not to limit it only to national level, but to become a global citizen, global individual that can compete competitively in the global market, I think. Purino. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Pri Agung. Yeah, Moreno replied, interesting answer, Pak Agung. Thank you very much. Okay, so we still have like around 15 minutes here. So, okay, so there's two questions. I think this is the two last questions. But I think I'm going to move on to the tectonics.
Thank you.
Pak Sigit Rahmawan, he asked about the what Pak Ega present, and after that we can continue to Bu Widya as the last question. Okay, Pak Sigit Rahmawan, he is asking to Pak Ega. Thank you for your interesting. Thank you for your presentation, interesting and inspiring presentation of both panelists. I have a question. You mentioned at the presentation about the strike slip components during the tectonic of Banda and Sulawesi as general. There, as I know, there's no any researcher highlighting the strike slip component. So, is it possible that the very fast rifting of the Banda arc also mainly controlled by strike slip movement? So basically, we have the peak releasing bands make it very fast subsidence and very fast rifting. Okay, Prega, please answer this question.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Mas Rama. Thank you, Pak Sigit. It's a very good questions. So I think for these strike slip components, I hope I can answer in the Sulawesi and also in the more regional area. And I hope I can easily answer it by sharing this figures here. Okay, so first one about the detail, which one is first, or whether which one is controlled, the strike slip or whether the extension. So that's still in the question. So I think it's a subject of study for future studies. But at least in here, I can see from the data that I know in this Sulawesi particularly. So I know there are several seismic lines that I cannot show you in here in Gorontalo and also in Bone. So there's a long seismic line that cutting these basins, and there's an indication of major strike slips that affecting or the formations of sub basins within the Bone basins. And from that perspective, also we know there's a Palu Koro fault zone, and also here there's a Matano fault zones that I think also have relations with the extension, general extension events that happen in Sulawesi. So in general, I can see that these strike slip faults are acting as a transfer zones. So this, as you've mentioned before, I believe I also agree with you that these strike slip faults also accommodate the different rates of a basin opening. So at least here, the Bulu Palu, the Padamarang and Kabaina, from the seismic mapping, we can infer there's different rates of a basin opening in these three basins within within the Bone basins, and that for the case in Sulawesi. But in the case for the Banda Art, I can also see that, but also need confirmations. Particularly, I hope later Mas Rama can answer this from his PhD study. But I have an idea, or I would say, hypothesis on how strike slip faults involved in the Banda subduction opening. And this is the one that I haven't got time to explain it. So I'll try to explain it here. So as you can see that the movement of the subduction rollback and the opening of Banda here is mainly controlled by these subductions, and this also at the moment we believe that it's controlled also by the environment. So this is act as a zipper. So once this zipper is open in here, I believe there should be a strike slip fault within this zipper opening. So this is the red. So this is the boundary between the Jurassic, Oceanic, and also the Gondwana Australian continental margin here. And this is within this, I believe there should be a strike slip fault. And I propose this based on the analog model. This is from the sand analog model of open like a door hinge opening. Let's say this is the subduction that move eastwards. And this is the boundary, and then this area in here, I believe this should be, and we can see there's a strike slip movement in here. While in the middle part in here is mostly extension, but in the frontal part we can get a strike slip and also a contractional structure. So if we see more detail in here based on the analog modeling in here, that at least in this 5 million years ago, early interpretations of Robert Hall, is there is a strike slip fault that's accommodating the movement of this Banda subductions that is related to the opening of the North Banda basin, and this is what I believe also happened in eastern Indonesia. So there is a strike slip component that affecting the movement of the Banda subduction rollback and also opening of the North Banda basin in here. So they are all like separate, evidence of puzzles, but now we can see the link in between them. And this also explains why in Seram there's a significant evidence of strike slip faults that cutting the Seram Island itself. And I think it's related to the zipper movement or the strike slip movement of the Banda subduction rollback towards east. I hope this answer your questions.
Yeah, thank you very much, Pak Ega. Ya. I think it's a very interesting notion. Yeah. Yeah, because I myself I look at the bathymetry map of Banda, and when you look at it, it's very dynamic. I mean, you can see the geomorphology of bathymetry is very you get like a fault scarp very clearly, and suddenly you have like strike slip focal mechanism just all the way on the top of the oceanic Banda oceanic. And I think it's very interesting notion. There's probably, but we don't have any proof yet, yeah. But
Yeah.
if you look at the new tectonics, there's plenty of backslip motion, and it's just very interesting. Thank you, Pak Sigit. Thank you, Pak Ega, for very interesting discussion. And thank you. I think we will on our final question. I think we still have 7 minutes. The last question, I think it's from Bu Widya again. As you mentioned earlier about Indonesia dependence on coal, Indonesia is the world's largest exporter of power generating coal. What do you think about the Indonesia's target of zero emissions in 2060? Is it too ambitious, Pak Priagung? Maybe you can answer directly the question from Bu Widya.
Yes, thank you, Bu Widya. Yes, if your question refer to the general energy mix with, let's say, we put 70% energy will be contributed by renewable energy. In my view, yes, I have to say that it is a bit too ambitious in regard with first, our current status right now is only 13%. And the original target, the initial target in 2025 would be 25 or 23%. It's been revised already into 17% basically. So that's from one side, from our process itself, our status and our progress. Secondly, based on the global energy system, like for example, the way how the US see the global energy system will go in the future, and also based on the projection made by BP in this particular context. That's their projection, and they call it as a new momentum scenario. It is a projection based on how our energy system is moving in the recent years and in the future. So it is more realistic projection probably. Still mention that still project fossil fuel will still play important role, and with increasing significant portion in the renewable energy sources. But the third one, so based on the current energy system, how they are working now, and the recent path that is moving is too ambitious, or it is more realistic to not that number. Thirdly, I think at the end of the day, it is the main determining factor, I think, is the economic consideration, and it is the market that will eventually will drive, or will drive to which way that energy transition will go. It is the market. So and together with economic consideration, it is also one of the important aspects that I mentioned earlier. It is availability of the energy. Energy security is the most important thing. So we cannot just get rid of or replacing all the fossil fuel with other energy sources. The facts that when there is a shock in the energy system, fossil fuel is still the most is energy can be restored and can be used. So, and I believe all the petroleum or fossil fuel industry are continue developing their research, their technology in order to be able to produce in a cleaner production and with less pollution and with continuous development in the technology that can absorb the pollution. So yes, I think the more moderate projection, I think, will be the US projection or the PP projection. So yeah, I hope that's answered the question. And I hope the question for me is over.
Yeah, okay, thank you very much, Pak Priagung. Okay, so I think that concludes today's session. And session of this morning, this ICPM Get Knowledge session. So a big thank you to our speakers for sharing their expertise and to our audience for their active participation. And we look forward to seeing you at the future events. So we're going to move on to the next agenda. So back to you, Bu Prayang. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Mr. Ramadan, as the moderator. And also thank you very much to all invited speakers, Dr. Ega and Dr. Priagung, for the insight and knowledge. And after this, as our appreciation, we would like to give the certificate of appreciation to the invited speakers and moderator. Therefore, we would like to invite first the Vice Dean 1 of FTKA, Dr. Prakoso, to give the certificate virtual. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so the first certificate of appreciation will be received by Mr. Abang Mansur Shah Nugraha, Surya Nugraha, MSc, PhD, and then continue with the photo session.
Pak Abang. Yeah. Yeah. Here's certificate appreciation from us. Thank you so much for your time and valuable sharing. Yeah. Oh, masih. Okay. Thank you, Pak Abang.
Okay, thank you very much. And for the next token of appreciation or certificate of appreciation will be received by Mr. Pri Agung Rahmanto, STMSc, PhD.
Pak Agung. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you very much for valuable sharing. Here's certificate of appreciation from us. Once again, thank you, Pak Agung. Yeah.
Welcome, Pak Surya. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And the last certificate of appreciation will be received by our moderator, Mr. Ramadan Aditama, ST, MSc.
Bu Ketua.
Will be delivered by the chairwoman of ICPM Get 2024, Dr. Kartika Fajarwati Hartono.
Thank you very much, Pak Ramadan Aditama, for fruitful discussions. So once again, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Bu Atika.
Okay, and next we will have the photo session with the Vice Dean 1 of FTKE, and then all invited speakers, Dr. Ega and Dr. Priagung, and also moderator, Mr. Ramadan Aditama. So there will be 4 frames and will be prepared by our team. Okay, and the documentation will be prepared by our team. So there will be 4 frames, the Vice Dean 1, the all invited speakers, and moderator. And also the chairwoman of ICPM Get 2024. There will be 5 frames that appear on the Zoom screen. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, be ready on my count in 3, 2, 1. All right, that's perfect. All set, all done. Once again, thank you very much to the Vice Dean 1 of FTKE, all invited speakers, moderator, and also the chairwoman of ICPM Get 2024.
Thank you.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, kindly please not leaving the Zoom meeting because up next we will have, this is the quiz time. Okay, so I hope you are still ready, of course, in the Zoom meeting. And yeah, so let's join everybody. And this quiz will be conducted by Kahoot. And we have one of our team who will run the Kahoot, Mas Yuga Maulana. Mas Yuga, can you copy? Okay, yeah. All right, thank you very much, Mas Yuga. So now you may browse for Kahoot as appear on your screen. Okay, so while I watch on my screen, this is the game pin for Kahoot. So you may join, but please use your real name. Please use the real name, your real name, because if you win this quiz, our team can trace you easily. All right, so please use the real name. Okay, and we will wait for the next 1 minute. Okay, so we already have 14 participants. All right, 16. Okay, so yeah, keep going. And all right, so now 20. Okay, 21. Okay, we wait until 11:36. Okay, so yeah, probably just a couple of seconds. Okay, so please use your real name. All right. Okay, keep going, keep increasing for the participants number. Okay. All right. Okay, 44 and keep going, 49 and yeah, 50, 51. Okay, please use your real name. Okay, to all participants, please use your real name so our team can trace you easily if you become the winner of this quiz. All right. Okay, so we close this session 11:36. Okay, we have okay, yeah, let's just get started. So, yeah, this is the morning quiz in 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Okay, 28 answers correct. Okay, let's see the scoreboard. All right, congratulations. And we still have a couple of numbers remaining. Yeah, this is the next question. that's quite fast. And oh, it's replaced by Iyo. All right, the next question. Okay. Yep, and it's replaced again. Okay, wow. This is getting tight. And the next question. All right. And okay, time's up. Okay, is it replaced or still? Oh, okay, replace again for the scoreboard of the winner. All right, the next one. Okay, so yeah, this is a general question, right? Okay, it's the mixture of the material of the seminar and also the general questions, general knowledge. It's true or false? Okay, it's true for the number of districts in Indonesia. Yes, and it replaced again. All right, okay. So we still have approximately 6 questions remaining. All right, and how about the, oh yeah, okay. Still in same winner for the next one. Okay, let's take a look on the scoreboard for now. Okay, replaced by Juan. And yep, the next question. Okay. So this is a general question, I guess. Yeah. Okay. All right, so up next. Okay, okay, yes. And how about the score? Oh, okay. It's quite tight, right? Fazri Amir again on the first scoreboard and 3 questions remaining. All right. Okay.
Recording in progress.
Okay, still in Fazri. Amir, okay, let's see for the... All right, the last question. So we can determine the real winner for this quiz, for this morning quiz. Yeah, I think it represents everything, represent all the words. Okay, so yeah, let's take a look. Who's the winner for the 3rd place? Goes to Nabha. 2nd place goes to El Bura. Congratulations for all winner. Okay, so for the 3 winners, Fazri Amir, El Burak, and Nabhan, would you please to turn on the camera? All right, would you please to turn on the camera, and our team will give you the spotlight, and we'd like to announce the prize of this quiz. For the 3rd winner, we'll get e-wallet for 100,000 rupiahs, and for the runner-up, we'll get 150,000 rupiahs, and the winner will get 250,000 rupiah. Congratulations. Okay, we want to see the faces of the winners. All right. Okay, thank you very much, Mas Yuga, for conducting the Kahoot quiz. All right, the first winner, Fazri Amir, and then the second one is El Burak, and the third is Nabhan. Okay. Okay, would you please turn on the camera? Or maybe you may raise your hand for all the winners. Okay, so our team can spotlight on you guys. Okay, yeah, Geomatika Fazri. Okay, and then the other 2 winners, El Burak and Nabhan. Okay, where is El Burak and Nabhan? Would you please to raise your hands? And yeah, to all winners, would you please to
Udah on cam, Bu.
Okay, yeah, we have Geomatika Nabhan. Thank you very much. And yeah, where are 2 other winners? El Burak. So who's the real name of El Burak? Okay, please turn on the camera. Oh, Hakan El Barka. Okay, so Hakan. Okay, with the name of El Burak. Okay, would you please turn on the camera? All right, and one more, Fazri Amir. What is Fazri Amir, the first winner? Okay, he's already raising hands, and would you please turn on the camera?
Before I'm apologize, I can turn on my camera because I watch this Zoom with my phone.
Oh, okay, no problem. Okay, congratulations anyway. All right, so then for the next one, we'd like to invite the Vice Chairman of ICPM GET 2024, Dr. Edi Jamal Tuheteru, to give the prize virtually and congratulate the winner.
Okay, thank you, Mbak Ayang. Okay, congratulations to all the winners in the morning session. Bahasa aja. Udah. Baik, terima kasih ya pada para pemenang di sesi pagi ini. Ada Mas Naban, kemudian El Burak, dan Mas Fahri Amir. Baik, kita ke nomor 3 dulu kepada Mas Naban. Selamat kepada Mas Naban atas juara 3-nya pada kuis di pagi hari ini. Selamat Mas Naban.
Baik, Pak. Terima kasih, Pak.
100,000 rupiah.
Siap. Kemudian kepada Mas Hakan El Barka. Wah, ini Barcelona ini. Selamat ya Mas atas juara 2-nya di kuis ini. Nanti dikontak oleh panitia. Kemudian kepada Mas Fazri Amir, selamat atas juara 1-nya pada kuis hari ini, sesi pertama, sesi pagi hari ini. Ya, baik, nanti mas-mas dikontak oleh panitia untuk diserahkan atau di Zoom, di chat nomor kontaknya gitu ya, di chat room agar bisa dikontak oleh panitia. Jangan sampai ketukar nomornya atau nomor orang lain gitu ya, supaya jelas nomornya dan orangnya tepat gitu nih, biar hadiahnya ditransfer. Baik, terima kasih. Saya kembalikan kepada Mbak Ayang. Terima kasih Mbak Ayang.
Okay, well, thank you very much to Dr. Edi Jamal as the Vice Chairman of ICPM Get 2024. And once again, congratulations to all winners for morning quiz. And the committee will contact you soon for the delivering of the prize. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, now it's time to have a break and we'll be back on 1:30 p.m. Western Indonesian Time atau pukul 13.30 waktu Indonesia bagian Barat. And we still have an afternoon plenary session and of course quiz time. Okay, so don't forget to join again at 1:30 p.m. Have a nice break and see you in a bit. Thank you. Quiz time. Okay, so don't forget to join again at 1:30 p.m. Have a nice break and see you in a bit. Thank you.
Indonesia is a country with its rich natural resources, has the potential to produce energy and mineral resources that are highly needed for human life. Indonesia is at the joint fire as a source of earthquakes, is a country volcanic eruptions, rich natural resources, and landslides, has the potential to produce energy and mineral resources that are highly needed and science development, including new and renewable energy. Thus, managing these blessings are challenging. It needs competent professionals in energy and mineral resources and disaster mitigation sectors. Are we capable for this?
Indonesia has geological resources, energy, and natural disaster. Every natural resource will coexist with the risk of natural disaster. Mineral and energy resources are always needed for national development. Both of them must be managed properly for sustainable development in Indonesia. So, knowledge, skill, and technology are needed all the time to explore, produce, and mitigate.
Increasing demand of mineral resources should be of mineral resources should be synergized with technology and science development, including new and renewable energy.
Indonesia has geological resources, energy, and natural disaster. Every natural resource will coexist with the risk of natural disaster. Mineral and energy resources are always needed for national development. Both of them must be managed properly for sustainable development in Indonesia. So, knowledge, skill, and technology are needed all the time to explore, produce, and mitigate. The young generation who are interested in geothermal, mineral, oil and gas exploration and production, or are interested in environment and disaster studies, it is time for you to join the petroleum engineering, geological engineering, and mining engineering study programs in the Faculty of Earth Technology and Energy, Universitas Trisakti. Come and join us.
Currently, the Faculty of Earth Technology and Energy Trisakti University has 4 departments, which are Petroleum Engineering Department, Geological Engineering Department, Mining Engineering Department, Master's Program of Petroleum Engineering Department. Supported by adequate facilities and infrastructures, the Faculty of Earth Technology and Energy Trisakti University is able to produce graduates whom are ready to build the nation, either in oil and gas or non-oil and gas.
Has opened the national and international insight and give the mindset of overcoming issues deeply. Besides that, has given me the wider opportunity for making the collaboration in engineering aspect.
Undergraduate program Engineering Trisakti University has been giving me support to hone my soft skills and hard skills. Therefore, I'm ready to face the energy industries.
lagi bisa masuk tuh. Ini ngapain kau? Sini mana? Enggak bisa dikasih. Ayo, kita baca.
Kencana. Lawyer mana?
Ini fokus.
So,
All right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the pre-event of the first International Conference of Petroleum, Mining, Geology, Geoscience, Energy, and Environmental Technology, or ICP 2024. Hope after this break, we have refreshed our minds and ready again to get knowledge and insight from our invited speakers. And next, we are heading into the afternoon plenary session. And this session will be conducted by our moderator, Mr. Danu Putra, STMT, as the lecturer of Mining Engineering Department, FTKE Universitas Trisakti. And then please allow us to read the brief curriculum vitae. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the brief curriculum vitae of Mr. Danu Putra. For education background, he graduated as Bachelor of Mining Engineering from Universitas Trisakti in 2016, then graduated as Master of Mining Engineering from Institut Teknologi Bandung in 2020, and now he is pursuing his doctoral degree on mining engineering at Institut Teknologi Bandung. And currently, Mr. Danu is working as lecturer of Mining Engineering Department, FTKE Universitas Trisakti since 2016, with focus on mine planning and mine optimization. And also, Mr. Danu involving on feasibility study for several mining companies. And he is also as the member of Australasian Institute of Mining and Metallurgy, or AUCMM, and Association of Indonesian Mining Professionals, or PERHAPI. Mr. Danu also has several publications on reputable journal. And without further ado, please welcome to Mr. Danu Putra. Time is yours.
Thank you, Bu Prayang, for the introduction. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the afternoon session of our International Conference, ICP-MJET 2024. I'm delighted to be your moderator for this session. My name is Danu Putra, and I'll be guiding you through our agenda today. I believe here with us is already Dr. Usman and Dr. Junita. First of all, our session this afternoon features two distinguished speakers for Brain and Lemigas, who will be sharing their expertise on oil and gas industry. We're in for an insightful and engaging discussion. Before we begin, let me outline the format for today's session. Each speaker will have approximately 30 minutes for their presentation. After both presentation, we'll open the floor for a more extensive discussion via Q&A session. Okay, then, before we dive in, a few housekeeping notes that I'd like to recall from the first session regarding the use of Zoom for today's conference. First of all, I hope everyone kindly mutes the microphone throughout the presentations to minimize background noise. And if you have any question during the session, feel free to use the Zoom chat feature. We'll address as many questions as possible as time allows during the Q&A sessions. Our session is being recorded for civil purposes, but participating, you consent for being recorded. Lastly, I encourage everyone to engage respectfully and professionally with our speakers and fellow attendees. Okay, then, without further ado, let me introduce our first speaker here with us already, Dr. Ir Osman Pasara Emeng, with the CV, as you can see. Dr. Ir Usman Pasara Emeng is an esteemed researcher and practitioner with over 20 years of experience. He has finished his bachelor degree in ITB in 1992. Later, he finished his master's and doctoral degree in Waseda University in 2002 and 2007. His expertise lies in the oil and gas industry, and he is affiliated with the National Research and Innovation Agency, BRIN, or was previously associated with the Research and Development Center for Oil and Gas Technology, or LEMIGAS. He is also actively engaging in academics and professional organizations, having shown over 50 publications and several organizations he has joined. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Pasarai. Dr. Pasarai, the time is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Danu, for a very good introduction. Let me share my slide.
It's good, sir. Yes. Okay. You may start.
Everyone can see my slides.
Yep, it's good, sir. You may start the presentation.
In this session, I will deliver the title of my presentation is CCS or CCUS potential in Indonesia. So I believe that everyone here recently very well known about this topic. This is one of key technology to bring us to more clean energy in the future. So let me start my presentation with what is CCS or CCUS technology. So CCS technology is, as mentioned, is a key technology to mitigate CO2 emission, particularly from energy sectors. So this slide shows the value chain of this technology and start from identifying point of CO2 emission source. This could be come from a wide range of industrial process. And first step, we identify the volume, then composition, location, and also the other technical parameters such as pressure, temperature, and so on. After identify the CO2 emission source, then we define what kind of capture CO2 technology applicable for this kind of source. In general, we have post-combustion, pre-combustion, oxy-combustion CO2 capture technology. And on each of these technology, we have we have a kind of like chemical absorption or a membrane technology to separate CO2 gas from others, well stream gas from industrial process. And then after separate CO2 from others flue gas, then we compress the capture CO2 to pressure suitable for transportation, either pipeline or ship transportation. And the CO2 along the pipeline transportation must be in supercritical phase. So the temperature should be above 31 degrees Celsius with pressures should be less than 1,000 more than 1,000 psi. And at the end of this value chain, we have various options. Either CO2 can be injected into the geological formation for utilized for enhanced oil recovery or enhanced hydrocarbon recovery, or storage safely or permanently. Another option, the CO2 can also be used as a feedstock to produce a range of products. This kind of utilization, well known as circular economic of carbon. And all of this activity must be measure, reporting, verification to quantify the amount of CO2 avoided or the amount of CO2 removal from the atmosphere. And all of this activity, the value chains, need supported from the economic regulation, governance, public acceptance aspects. So all kind of this activity must be integrated in the one system, what we call CCS or CCUS technology. And this slide shows the current status of this CCS technology around the world. So currently we have around 41 CCS and CCUS projects around the world with the capture capacity almost 50 megaton or million ton per year. And in last years, in 2023, we see the increase significantly CCS project. And as you can see here, that the blue one represent the operational CCS project around the world, and the green and the blue is represent the CCS project under construction. The blue ones advanced development, and the green one early stage of development. And the size of the cycle represent the volume of capture of CO2 capture for each of these point of source. So as we can see here, that CCS, CCUS already applied in the wide range of point of source CO2 coming from cement industry, biomass, chemical. This is like conversion, coal to gas or coal to liquid, and also from ethanol plant, hydrogen plant, iron steel production plant, coals in natural gas processing plants. And we can see here that most of the current status of the CCS CCUS projects is related to the natural or oil and gas industries. And more important that CCS CCUS technology also already applied in coal power generation sectors, as we know that these sectors as a dominant contributor of CO2 emission from energy sectors. So we expect in the future we have this kind of technology become play a key role in either avoid or remove CO2 emission to our atmosphere. This slide shows the role of CCUS technology in net zero emission pathways. The CCUS or CCS technology expected to contribute around 10% to achieve net zero emission by emission reduction globally by 2050. But this technology also a key technology to transfer our energy system from current heavy CO2 fossil fuel to more less carbon emission. For example, in producing hydrogen, also CCS also play a key role technology to produce either blue hydrogen, means hydrogen from natural gas, from gasification derived from coal. So this is the left side, the left picture shows the contribution of this technology in the net zero pathway, and in the right side, I would like also to share the contribution of the expectation of this technology to achieve net zero emission in our region. I mean, and in Southeast Asia regions. So this picture show that in 2030, we expect CCS technology can share around 55 million ton per annum per years CO2 reduction from energy sector, and it will increase significantly up to 2050. So the first step to incorporate this technology in our energy system is by applying this technology in what we call a lower cost opportunity industry, like as I mentioned before, in gas processing plants, or use the technology to retrofit existing coal power plant. And from the current projects, we can see that Indonesia contribute. Indonesia account for around 50% of Southeast Asia project CCUS in next 2030. So CCUS in Indonesia expected to play a significant role in our energy management in the near future. So going deep to current status of CCUS project in Indonesia, this is a slide show the 15 CCUS activities in Indonesia in preparation stage, and most of these projects targeted for on-stream before 2030. So we can see here that CCUS will be applied not only in upstream oil and gas industry, but also in some scales to produce like ammonia, blue ammonia, or also DMA, dimethyl ether, from gasification combined with CCUS. And from this 15 CCUS project, the most advanced stage is Tangguh EGR CCUS. This project already get approval from the government. So currently, this project's under bidding for FEED, front-end engineering design of the facility, the CCS facility in this complex, LNG Tangguh complex. Other application of CCS use it for enhanced hydrocarbon recovery, either for EOR, like in Rambam, Sukowati, or enhanced gas recovery, like in Gundi. Other CCS project dedicated only for storage, like in Saka Kemang, Saka Kemang CCS project, or an Abadi gas field development project in Abadi CCS, in Abadi gas fields. So this slide show the potential CO2 storage potential across the Indonesia archipelago, across our country. From the 15 CCUS project, the most advanced stage is Tangguh EGR CCUS. This project already get approval from the government. So currently, this project's under bidding for FEED, front-end engineering design of the facility in this complex, LNG Tangguh complex. Other application of CCS use it for enhanced hydrocarbon recovery, either for EOR, like in Rambam, Sukowati, or enhanced gas recovery, like in Gundi. Other many evaluator or publication already conduct storage assessment, CO2 storage assessment in our basin. Let's point out, for example, Lemigas and Asian Development Bank in their 2013 years study released the CO2 potentials around 7.4 gigaton in the saline aquifer in a particular formation, a specific formation. This case is Talang Akar and Batu Raja formation. And next, the work by Lemigas and World Bank also assess CO2 potential in South Sumatra and come with the potential stores around 3.7. And also from the evaluator from ExxonMobil, JOGMEC, Japan, also publish their result. But most, all of these, the top four of this study conduct in particular basins. As you can see here, only in a particular basin. And recently there are two studies. The number 5 conducted by area stands for Economic Research and Institute for ASEAN and East Asia, and also in collaboration with our institution, BRIN. This assessment covers include 90 production basin and 2 discovery basin. Evaluate on within 30 formation, more than 1,000 oil and gas fields. And the result show that Indonesia has a potential around 680 gigaton in saline aquifer and around 12 gigaton in oil and gas fields. Last week, the government, Directorate General Oil and Gas, just published map of CO2 storage across Indonesia, include 20 producing basin with a total storage resources in saline aquifer around 573 gigaton and 5 gigaton in oil and gas fields.
Progress.
And this is the map produced by Directorate General Oil and Gas, distribution of CO2 storage resources across our producing basin. As you can see here, that total of storage resources in saline aquifer within this 20 producing basins is around 573 gigaton, and in oil and gas fields around 5 gigatons. And this is the map showing CO2 storage resources from area and brain studies. The numbers of the result of the storage resources potential fall in the similar number with the from DG Oil and Gas map. And this is the map showing distribution of CO2 storage resources in oil and gas fields. As you can see here that actually, even though that we assess more than 1,000 oil and gas field, but actually the CO2 storage resources potential only distributed within these top 5 basins. Kutai, North Sumatra, Bintuni, South Sumatra, and also Timor Sea basins. The storage, CO2 storage potential within these top 5 basins account more than 56% of the total CO2 storage within the oil and gas fields. And in summary, we also differentiate classify the storage CO2 storage resources according to the SRMS storage resources management system published by SPE. So as you can see here that the CO2 storage resources within the oil and gas fields is classified as contingent storage resources and categorized as C1s or equivalent to a proof category, and C2 probable or C3 possible. And the CO2 storage resources in saline aquifer classify as a prospective storage resources. It means that more activity required to increase or to reduce the uncertainty of these numbers. So this slide shows one of the potential application of CCS, CCUS in Indonesia. As I mentioned before, that our challenge is to reduce CO2 emission coming from coal power generation. So this is a coal power generation is a main contributor CO2 emission in our energy sectors. So it is very critical to decarbonize our coal power generation. This is example how integrate CCS, CCUS with existing coal power plant. In this study, we investigate the possibility CCS retrofit at PLTU Balikpapan B. This power plant installed capacity is 2 times 100 megawatt with CO2 emissions around 3.5 ton per day. So to integrate CCS with this existing PLTU, additional equipment required like SCR to reduce NOx, FGD to reduce SOx, and MEA. This is a kind of separation CO2 technology for CO2 removal, and low pressure steam turbo generator for amine regeneration. Also, we need additional compressor and dehydration unit. And the most important thing is available land available in a PLTU complex. At least for this capacity, we need area amount around 1.5 hectare area to put this all facility near from power generation. And we simulate various scheme, CO2 capture schemes from 90% capture, 67% capture, and 45% capture. And we can see here that the most challenge integration of CCS with existing power generation is how to reduce energy penalty. In this case, with this all facility installed in this existing power generation, additional power required is around more than 30% of the existing energy, producing energy will be required to run this all facility. It means that there is a significant reduction of energy that will be sold to the customers. And this percentage, this number will decrease in line with the capture facility. And of course, there is an impact on energy price, electrical price. As you can see here, there's additional, without CCS, the electrical price from this PLTU only 6.1 cent US dollar per kWh, but with 90% captures, the electrical price becomes more than double, almost triple, with 90% captures. So this is a challenge of this technology, not only in our case, in Indonesian case, but also around the world. So
I'm sorry, sir. You have 5 minutes left.
Okay,
Thank you.
this is my final slide. The other potential application of this technology is integration this technology with our coal industry. As we aware that coal is a main contributor of CO2 emission, and Indonesia as an exporter or producing country should find how to sustain this coal industry with meet with the global commitment in CO2 reduction. So this is an example integration of CCS with coal industry. In this case, there is intention of one of a coal company to build up to establish methanol plant from a coal gasification. And of course, from this process, will produce. We identified the storage potential or to store this production of CO2 from the plant around the coal, the methanol plant. As you can see here that potential emission potential from these plants, it's around 3.5 per year, or almost more than 100 within the lifetime of this plant, which is 30 years lifetime. And as you can see here that within the radius 50 kilometers, there is potential depleted oil and gas that can absorb this part of this emission, but it's not enough. As you can see here, the oil and gas field only can absorb amount 4 million tons, so far below from the total emission produced from this plant. So in this case, we propose saline aquifers to absorb CO2 emission from these plants. And there is a potential CO2 storage from the saline aquifers more than 91. This is a gigaton CO2 storage potential. So that's from the technical storage potential, and now Indonesia also has quite progressive in terms of regulation. We have recently we issue presidential regulation number 14/2024 regarding the implementation of this technology in the range of within the range of various industries, not only in oil and gas, but also includes from others industrial process. And compared to the others advanced CCS country like Australia or Canada, Indonesia just behind in a few areas, particular in incentive mechanism. Of course, as a country, developed country, currently we our fiscal not enough to facilitate or to introduce incentive for this kind of technology. So regarding the cost, this is my last slide showing the range of cost CCS, CCUS captures, CCS technology. So the most higher cost coming from the capture cost. It's take more than 60 to 70% of the total cost. But with the advanced technology development, we can see here that the cost in the capture sectors also reduce significantly. So that's my last slides, and hopefully that we can we have discussed in the last session. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pasrai, for that enlightened presentation. I think it seems it picked up some curiosity from the floor, but we'll get back to you later on the Q&A session. Okay, please kindly stay with us until the end of the session.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, then our second speaker is noted scientist, Dr. Junita Trivianti Musu, also with over 20 years of experiences. She finished her bachelor degree in Trisakti, her master in University of Adelaide and UNSW, and finally get her PhD in ITB. She served as the head of exploration division at Lemigas, Directorate of Oil and Gas, Ministry of Energy and Natural Resources. Her expertise focuses on sandstone characterization within the oil and gas industry. With over 50 scholarly publications and active participation in various professional organizations, Dr. Junita has proven herself to be a respected leader in her field. Her involvement in organization and scholarly contribution demonstrate remarkable commitment to the advancement of this field. Let's give us a warm welcome to Dr. Junita. Dr. Junita, the session is yours.
Thank you very much, Mas Danu. Good afternoon, all. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam.
Yeah. Please wait a moment. I will share my presentation.
Yes, Ms. Junita, please.
Is it okay, Ms. Danu? Can you see
Sure,
my-
sure.
Okay, thank
It's
you
good.
very much.
Just
Okay.
let's show the presentation, Dr. Junita.
Okay.
At the bottom
Yeah.
screen on the right.
Yeah, hang on.
Yeah, just click the slideshow button on the bottom screen.
Sebenarnya kok nggak muncul ya? Okay, is that okay now?
Yeah, it's good. You may start.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. This afternoon,
Waalaikumsalam.
we'll present about Indonesia unconventional shale oil and gas resources. The presentation will be divided into 3 parts, namely the shale hydrocarbon potential in Indonesia, shale characteristic, and the study case in North Sumatra Basin. So we go to the shale hydrocarbon potential in Indonesia. Firstly, I would like to describe the unconventional potential based on conventional oil and gas resources. According to EOG resources, 2 leading U.S. shale oil plays, the Bakken and the Eagle Ford, estimate that 75% of generated oil is still in the mother shale source rock. In terms of petroleum system and reserve comparison, as mentioned by the USGS in 1999, the amount of hydrocarbon remaining in unconventional reservoir is approximately 8 times the recoverable oil and gas in conventional reservoir. Or it can be said that the unmigrated hydrocarbon is believed to be 8 times the migrated hydrocarbon. So so I just want to let you all know that we have still hydrocarbon in our source rock. Next, this is the shale hydrocarbon potential in Indonesia for the conventional oil and gas. So this map depicts the distribution of proven reserve from conventional oil and gas in Indonesia. As seen here, there are 128 basins according to Directorate General Oil and Gas 2022. So we can see that there are the red color is a producing basin, and the blue color is a drift basin with discovery, and the green color is the drift basin without discovery, and the yellow color is unexplored basin or frontiers. So proven reserve for oil are about 2.27 billion barrel oil, whereas gas is 36.34 TCF. This is as per January 2022. It has Indonesia has 170 working areas, including 94 exploitation working areas, production and development, and 79 exploration working areas. This status is also in January 2022 by Director General Oil and Gas. In total, it consists of approximately 1,000 oil and gas fields with approximate 30,000 wells and about less than 200 BOE discovered volume in place. So based on this data and the assumption that the remaining hydrocarbon is 8 times greater than the migrated hydrocarbon, it is believed that the unconventional shale hydrocarbon in Indonesia deserves special attention and to be worthy for further exploration and development. This map shows also the potential for hydrocarbon shale in Indonesia is quite large, as is found in the productive basin. According to the U.S. Energy Information Administration 2015, there are 46 TCF and 7.9 BBO recoverable resources. This is the slide also show that the potential for shale hydrocarbon in Indonesia is quite large. The result of the research in 2011 by the Geological Agency showed that speculative resources in the 14 basins were about 575 TCF. And then the following slide shows that unconventional explorations in Indonesia have been carried out, but until now, oil and gas from unconventional reservoir have not been able to be produced. This is because a pilot project for drilling dedicated to oil and gas production from unconventional reservoir has not yet been carried out. Various stakeholders in Indonesia have conducted studies on unconventional resources, including Lemigas, PHE North Sumatra, Pertamina Hulu Energy, SKK Migas, and Geological Agency, and also universities and even studies from the United States through the Energy Information of Administration, or EIA. The Migas and Pertamina Hulu Energy North Sumatra Basin studies in 2017 shows that the shale hydrocarbon resources in North Sumatra Basin working area is 23.68 TCF original gas in place and 560.36 mmSTB original oil in place. Whereas ITB and SKK Migas studies in 2016 revealed that the shale hydrocarbon resources in South Sumatra Basin is 97.128 TCF oil original gas in place and 50.60 BSTB original oil in place. So we have a chance to have a good shale in Indonesia. And then we go to this slide. This slide shows the value of a large or giant prospective reserve found in several fields within the Pertamina EP working area and also in the working areas outside the Pertamina EP that have been estimated by applying the assumption issued by the USGS to the SKK Migas reserve inventory data released in 2017. So this is the data from the SKK Migas. So we are applying that assumption where 1 BBL recoverable reserve is equal to 8 billion BBL recoverable resource. So with that assumption, from the calculation based on this assumption, the shale hydrocarbon resource in the Pertamina EP block for oil is 47,000 MSTB, and for gas are 181,428 BSCF. Meanwhile, outside the Pertamina EP block, shale hydrocarbon resources for oil are 255.324 MMSTB, and gas are reached to 1,340 BSCF. So this is a assumption from the US following the USGS assumption. Next, we go to the shale characteristic in Indonesia. This slide shows the summary of the quantity of organic matter for its formation represented by the TOC values. The average TOC values reach to 1%, suggesting that the shale is a good source rock. So this is most of the TOC is rich, and some of them are more than 1% TOC values. And then this slide shows the mineralogical composition of Indonesia shales. The quartz is a major constituent mineral in almost of Indonesia shale. Kaolinite gives a huge portion in the clay mineral composition, which will affect the shale ductility. Moreover, calcite is more dominant over the dolomite, which will play a significant role in the brittleness calculation. As evidence, Indonesia shale have a relatively similar characteristic with US and China shales, which are quartz rich. Different from the United States and China, Europe shale is rich in clay mineral, so that carbonate and quartz mineral play more important role in the brittleness calculation. And this is the comparison between the United States and Indonesia shales. The enrichment of silicate mineral in Indonesia shale could be the result of several factors. Such as quartz in Barnett shale is mostly biogenic, including radiolaria and diatom quartz, while quartz in Indonesia shales were derived from the detrital process of the continental crust. Indonesia's shales are richer in feldspar, as the deposition of the shales are affected by volcanism, as the consequence of active continental margin settings. This is the comparison laboratory rock strength test in Indonesia, United States, and China. The slide shows between the rock strength of Indonesia. It can be seen that the several Indonesian shale samples are included in the criteria for prolific shale in the US. So although Indonesia is not high as the rock strength is not high in value as United States and China, but it's still included in the criteria for prolific shale in US. And this is the US shale mostly overpressure. This is pressure gradient in Indonesia, China in United States. United States shales are mostly overpressure. So the United States is the orange color, are mostly overpressure to hard overpressure. Overpressure is observable across the Barnett, Montney, Mycelius, and Hennesville shales, which is also supported by Zobek 2019. Subsequently, Indonesia play also has most overpressure condition with several ranges of normal to hard overpressure, although the condition is still milder than the China and US condition. With this condition, drilling in shale formation should be taken in cautious. This is the slide show the summary reservoir properties in Indonesia. The properties taken into account is the TOC or total organic content or organic richness, the kerogen type, and the brittleness index value. From this data, Indonesia show that the shale Indonesia has quite good potential properties. Now we go to the study case in the North Sumatra Basin. The following is an example of shale unconventional characterization study conducted by the Pertamina Hulu Energy MNK and Lemigas in 2017. The target is the target for shale characterization study are the lower bound formation and the Belumai formation in the North Sumatra Basin. The shale sample used from the Melucut 1 well and the Camellia 1 well. The aim of the laboratory analysis in the Melucut and the Camellia is to determine the shale characteristic of the lower bound and Belumai formation in order to identify the high-grade zone of the shale unconventional play. So there's only 2 wells that have been studied for shale characteristic in Indonesia. So this is the parameter used for shale characterization, and the most important is the mineralogy composition, organic richness or TOC, and the rock strength. So this is the parameter that should be taken for the shale characterization. And this is the geochemistry analysis done for the Melucut 1 well. This slide is the shale from the North Sumatra Basin for the bound and the Belumai formation. The TOC values range from 0.27 to 18%. Thermal maturation from immature to wet gas, and the kerogen type is dominated by the vitrinate mineral. So that it shows that in depth interval 2,800 to 3,000 meter has good potential to produce gas or condensate, where the TOC is a more or larger than 1.5% weight. So this is the potential interval to produce gas and condensate. And this is the storage capacity. Lower bound gas desorption, bound gas desorption analysis value in a well molecule show range from 7.6 to 104.58 SCF per ton. Blue gas desorption has a lower value ranging from 1.56 to 10.56 SCF per ton. Whereas in the Camellia 1 well, the middle bound gas desorption analysis value is lower, is ranging from 4.4 to 5.6 SCF per ton. The lower bound desorption analysis value in Camellia ranging from 6.4 to 8.4 SCF per ton, whereas the Blumei has values of gas desorption analysis from 7.5 to 11.6 SCF per ton. Gas desorption analysis result shows that lower bound formation in Malucut 1, which located in the northern part of the Tamyang Deep area, has the best quantity. The value varying from 7.6 to 104.5 SCF per ton. This slide shows the comparison of the mineral composition between the shale in the Bawang, Blumei, and Bampo formation to compare to the prolific formation in the United States in the ternary diagram. From both Malucut well and Camellia, it can be seen that the shale of Bawang, Blumei, and Bampo formation is still in the range of the prolific shale in the United States. So even though they are not, they are still in the range, even though the value is lower than the value of the shale in United States. This slide shows characteristic of the shale of the Bawang formation of Malucut 1 well. From this mineralogical composition, it can be seen that the lithology of the Blumei formation has a higher level. So Blumei is in the bottom part, has a higher level of brittleness index compared to the Bawang formation, which is lies above the Blumei. It can be seen that the brittleness index increasing with depth. So the more the depth, the more the brittleness index value. Whereas this is the scanning electron photomicrograph show the development of porosity in organic matter increases significant. So the development of the porosity within the organic matter increases significantly in the hydrocarbon formation zone, which is indicated that the expulsion of hydrocarbon in organic matter. So this is the organic matter, and we can see that the development of porosity is increases with the depth. And then we go to next. And this is a slide, so the porosity value of the Indonesian shale compared to the United States. This is also from the Bawang and the Blumei formation. As we can see that the is a rectangular blue color, and the Blumei is in the yellow color. And we can see that the formation that Indonesia has appeared to have a better porosity compared to the United States shale. However, this is only a measurement from 2 wells, only for Melecut and Camellia. So further research should be taken to more understand about the porosity and permeability quality. And this slide shows the porosity value of porosity, permeability, and pore distribution. The porosity ranging from 2.66 to 13%, with permeability ranging from 0.03 and 0.23 millidarcy. Pore size distribution ranges from 0.01 and 0.1 micron. Microporosity generally develop between the crystal of minerals, such as this one, among the rhomboidal fillet. So we can see that there is a development of porosity within the rhomboidal pyrites. And also, the porosity is developed or formed as intraporosity in organic matter. As we can see here, that the pore size carbonaceous material is ranging from 0.1 to 1.1 micron. So this is also the carbonaceous material with the pore size, with the porosity. And this is we go to the rock mechanic characteristic from this slide. Explain that from the table, it can be seen that the highest rock strength or ultimate rock strength is the talang akar formation. Talang akar formation can be reached to 200 MPa, followed by belumai formation, gumai formation, and also baung formation. The modulus value, this is the Young modulus value, show a decreasing trend with the increasing clay and organic matter content. So the more the clay and organic matter, the less the Young modulus value. And then the mechanical properties of the talang akar, belumai, and gumai formation have trends that are in accordance with the clay and organic material content. Different with the baung formation, which is more soft, because maybe it is probably comes from the overpressure zone. The creep compliance value shows the opposite of Young modulus, where the order of the lowest component is the baung formation, followed by gumai, belumai, and talang akar formation. Meanwhile, the mineralogical composition from the mineralogical composition, it can be seen that all samples consisting of talang akar formation, belumai, gumai, and baung. So all samples from this talang akar, gumai, and baung formation are categorized as siliceous mudstone. The siliceous mudstone is believed to be a good potential of shale in a proven shale in US. And this is also the comparison between the baung formation and belumai formation with the proven shale in the United States. From this ternary diagram, based on quartz and feldspar, and also clay and carbonate, baung formation tend to have median. This is the baung formation. It tends to have a higher clay content comparing to the belumai formation, while the clay content is more dominant in kaolinite, illite, and chlorite. Meanwhile, for the belumai formation is more brittle. So belumai formation is more brittle, with content is dominated by quartz and carbonate. And the same as baung formation, belumai is also dominated by kaolinite, illite, and chlorite clay types. It can be seen that the baung formation and the belumai formation are still included in the productive shale category in the United States. And this is also a comparison with United States shale. So we can have from the research that we know that the age of the Indonesian unconventional shale formation is younger than the United States. this is the same with the conventional reservoir method. Indonesia's tectonic conditions are active, influencing the characteristics of the unconventional shale reservoir. Indonesia's source rock richness, or TOC, is smaller than the TOC in the United States, but we still have to remember that this only based on the very few samples from Melecute and Camellia 1 well. The rock strength, or the modulus Young, is smaller, is about ranging from 0.56 to 1.7 MPSI compared to United States shale. USA shale Young modulus ranging between 2 to 5 MPSI. However, this data still only come from 2 wells, which is Melecute and Camellia 1. So more and more study have to be done to understand the strength of the rock. Cell poison ratio data in Indonesia is similar with the United States shale, ranging from 0.12 to 0.29, while US shale ranging from 1.18 to 0.18 to 0.27. So from the data, it can be concluded that the character of Indonesian unconventional shale is in the range of proven unconventional shale characteristic in the US. So we come to the conclusion that shale samples in the Tamyang Deep from the North Sumatra Basin were deposited in marine environment from the in shelf for Belume Formation and deep marine for the Lower Bawang Formation. The thermal maturation profile show range from immature to wet gas occurrence with the RO from 0.37 to 1.45%. Organic matter characteristic in all samples were dominated by vitrinate mineral and tend to produce gas. The TOC values show from very poor to good, ranging from 0.27 to 1.8. Blue Formation has better brittleness index value than the Bawang Formation. Moreover, the brittleness index value has positive correlation with depth. Gas disruption analysis result Lower Bawang Formation in Melecute 1, which located in northern part of the Tamyang Deep of the North Sumatra Basin, has the best quantity. The values range from 7.68 to 104.58 SCF ton. The TOC values is bigger than 1.5, with high quartz mineral content, has good potential to produce shale hydrocarbon, whether gas or condensate. Based on the comparison between the shale data from the Tamyang Deep, the North Sumatra Basin, and the shale from the United States, the shale of Tamyang Deep are worthy to be explored and developed. From this data, it can be concluded that the character of Indonesian unconventional shale in the range of proven unconventional shale characteristic. So for information that currently core acquisition is being carried out from the Gulamo DET1 and DET1 wells in Central Sumatra Basin of the Oligocene age interval by the Pertamina Rokan. It is hoped that the result of this core analysis will be better than Melecute 1 and Camellia 1 of the early Middle Miocene age interval. Thank you. That is all for my presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Junita. I think with increasing demand for energy and declining conventional reserve, tapping into these resources can enhance Indonesia energy security and economic development. I believe your work will give us many valuable insights, especially for our future generations. Anyway, with both presentation concluded, it's time to open the floor for a broader discussion. Feel free to share your thoughts, insights, or questions related to today's topic. I'd like to remind for the audience that you can use Zoom chat room or just raise your hand. I'll try, the committee will open up for you, and then you can ask directly to the speakers today. I'll try to address the question in the chat room systematically and proportionally. It seems that we have several questions in the chat room box, but I'll try to give the opportunity to the audience if anyone to ask Dr. Usman and Dr. Sunita directly. Is there anyone from the floor, maybe? Not yet? Okay, then. I'll try to read the question from the chat box. The first one, I believe it's for Mr. Usman. Good afternoon. I'm Muhammad Adin, a student for Trisakti. I want to ask about the applicability of CCU or CCUS. Can it be used for offshore rigs? Dr. Usman, you may answer that question, please.
Okay, thanks. Good question from Muhammad Adil. Yeah. The answer is yes. We have several projects run in offshore right now. The most pioneer project, which is Snowfit and also Snowfit and I forget the ones. It's operated in North Sea offshore. The injector located in offshore rigs.
Yeah.
The CO2 coming from a gas processing plant. So they're producing natural gas contain a high CO2 concentration, and then this CO2 separated from the natural gas and then sent to the injector, which is drilled in offshore rigs. So the answer yes, there is at least two forget the Snowfit, and also the other one is operating now in offshore North Sea.
Okay.
CCS project. This project CCS means
CCS.
the CO2 injected dedicated for storage, not utilization. There's no utilization in this case.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Usman. I think that's very clear. Hopefully that answer Mr. Adin question. Well, the next one, still for Dr. Usman, it is from Pak Cahaya. CCS can contribute more than 10% of cumulative emission reduction globally. However, capturing technologies and also the facilities for CO2 transportation are not cheap. For the utilization or the use of CO2 EUR are in half and puff. Most oil fields in Indonesia have already mature. My question is, how about the economical aspect of CCS and CCUS? And is it possible for implementing this technology in Indonesia? Still with you, Dr. Usman. You may address this question.
Again, a good question from Cahaya. Yeah, so as I mentioned in my presentation, the most costly part from CCS value chains in the capture sites. So that's why in many countries, like in USA, they start from oil and gas processing plant. So this is what we call low-hanging fruit projects. The CO2 already separated from natural gas, and before they implement CCS, the capture of the capture CO2 just venting go to the atmosphere. But currently or recently, the capture CO2 injected back to the geological formation, and therefore EOR or enhanced hydrocarbon recovery or dedicated storage. So this application, kind of application of CCS in for enhanced hydrocarbon recovery, enhanced hydrocarbon recovery provide economic scale, because additional revenue from additional gas or oil recovery can offset the cost for CO2 or CCS activities. And now we also encourage our oil and gas operators apply CCS in their operation area. And some of the projects recently under preparation stage, like as I mentioned in my slide, like Tangguh, they will use CO2 for enhanced gas recovery, and additional revenue from this additional gas can offset the additional facility for CCS. Others oil and gas project like in Saka Kemang or in Abadi gas field, or also introduce CCS in their plan of development. So yeah, we start from the low-hanging fruit case project like in oil and gas projects, and then helping the scope by measuring of this technology, then we can apply this technology to more emitters from like power plant or core power plant, or industrial other industrial source like a cement plant or iron and steel plant. Yeah, this is also an industry that produce a huge of CO2. But you know, yeah, we will course, by time, we expect that this technology can apply in such kind of industry. That's my answer for Cahaya Roshidan. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Pak Usman. Mungkin maybe additional commentary from Pak Cahaya, or is it enough? I think that's pretty clear.
I think enough.
Enough. Okay, thank you, Pak
Thank
Cahaya.
you, Pak Cahaya. Thank you, Pak Cahaya.
Okay, then I'll try to jump to the question for Bu Junita first, I think, from Pak Wildan. Actually, he has he have a question for Bu Junita and Pak Usman. I'll try to read for Bu Junita first.
Okay.
Great presentation, Pak Usman and Bu Junita. Very insightful for our further research. I have several questions. Maybe two for Bu Junita. The first one, what are the key challenges and uncertainties associated with assessing shale gas potential in North Sumatra Basin, particularly concerning rock properties and geochemistry? Later, the question number two, how do variations in rock properties across different areas within the North Sumatra Basin affect the overall potential for shale gas exploration and production? Bu Junita, may you address the question, please?
Okay, thank you, Mas Danu. I think I try to answer the questions. What are the key challenges of uncertainty associated with assessing shale gas potential in the North Sumatra Basin, particularly concerning rock properties and geochemistry? First, I would like the easier one for me, that concerning the geochemistry, that in acquiring the core, we use the oil-based map for the core. So it's kind of difficult for us to differentiate between the real oil and the oil from the oil-based map. This is quite a challenge for us in the laboratory. So we need to make sure that the OBM clean, and we really and it is really for us to really differentiate which one is from the OBM and which one from the reservoir, from the reservoir. I think that is the one challenge for the geochemistry, and other is maybe because of the contaminant when we doing the geochemistry analysis. That is the chance for us. And for the rock properties,
Variations, I believe.
The challenge how do variation rock property across the I think the rock properties as we know that Baung and Belumai is not the real sweet spot. I mean that's not the real shell potential reservoir for unconventional. The one is the Bampo formation, but for the Bampo, the deepening of the Malecute and Camellia well did not get into the they didn't do the coring for the Bampo formation. I think that is the variation. I think this in the future we must do the acquisition for the Bampo formation. I think this is the challenge for us. And then the other one that we should remember that the Malucut and Camellia well is not the well focus. This is the conventional well that used for acquiring the core for shell. So we are not in the. It is still in the range of sweet spot, but it's not in the basin, right? So it's still in the it's not in the so it's still in the high, not in the bottom of the basin, the center. I think if you want to get the shell, you have to go to the deposit center. I think that is the question. I think that is the answer for the questions.
Thank you, Bu Junita. Maybe another additional commentary from Mr. Wildan.
Yeah.
Clean and clear, Bunita. Thank you.
Yeah.
Clean and clear. Okay.
Yeah, Mas Wildan.
Actually, the next question from Mr. Wildan is kind of related, but the first one is for what we're looking for in resources, but for Pak Usman is what we're looking for to put our byproduct from resource extraction. So the first question is, what specific rock properties are critical for ensuring the secure and long-term storage of captured carbon dioxide in geological formation across Indonesia? And the second question is, how do variation in rock permeability and porosity impact the storage capacity and containment integrity of CO2 within geological formation in Indonesia? Pak Usman, may you address that question?
Excellent question, Wildan. So the first question, what specific rock properties are critical for ensuring secure long-term storage? So, yeah, there is several conditions required for secure and storage reservoir, storage CO2 in reservoirs, geological formation. Of course, the reservoir must have good cap rock, means can trade CO2 permanently. Yeah? Has no permeability of the cap rock. Yeah. Also less fracture, of course. So that's why geomechanical studies required to ensure the reservoir system able to store CO2. According to the second question, variation in rock permeability and porosity. Yeah, of course, we need good permeability to have good injectivity. Right. So good injectivity means less wells required for particular CO2 that will be injected. So with good permeability, good injectivity, less well means improve the economic of the project. And for the porosity, this is, as we know that porosity represent the pore volume available for CO2 storage. So of course, the reservoir must have a good permeability for injectivity and good porosity for storativity. That's my question. That's a basic petroleum engineering science, right?
Okay, thank you, Pak Usman, for the answer. We have still a lot of questions, so be mindful, stay with us, Pak Usman and Bu Judita. Here, Bu Dita already write a long question. It's kind of shame if I don't address that appropriately. I try to address the question for Bu Dita, okay? But I think some of the question is already addressed very well for Pak Usman. Anyway, I try to read it. According to your data, most of the captured gases are from oil and gas production, as evidenced by more centralized CCS and CCUS project in correspond to oil and gas field. I am wondering what about the emitted gas from petrol combustion or industrial activities? How large the emitted gas from the oil and gas production compared to those common combustion? Another concern for developing CCS and CCUS project is related to the expenses. Is it economically feasible? This is already addressed earlier, I think, to be applied to reduce the emitted gas volume in total, including the one from PLTU? Or is it more economically viable if we extend the plantation project and back to greening our forests? In addition, Indonesia is endowed with abundant mafic and tramafic rock in eastern Indonesia that is prolific to bond CO2 once the rock are weathered, sedimented to the ocean bottom to form CaCO3, as many discussed in Australian project nowadays. What is your point of view of developing more economic approach than developing CCS and CCUS projects in Indonesia? Yeah, she also apologized for a very long question. Thank you.
Yeah, it's very interesting issue raised by Rosmalia. Yeah? There is some issue raised here. The first one is amount of CO2 from oil and gas activity compared to the combustion emission from petrol combustion or industrial activities. Yes, you're right that in terms of volume, yeah, most of CO2 emission from our industry, it's come from industrial process. It means come from, as I mentioned, from coal power plant or cement plant, steel, iron plants. Yeah. So this is a more contribute more compared to oil and gas activities, but to achieve net zero emission, we should address all this CO2 source. Of course, considering economic aspects. So for oil and gas, as I mentioned before, this is a kind of low-hanging fruit projects because CO2 already removed from the natural gas to provide spec natural gas for customer, for consumer. So that's the first issue raised by Rosmalia. Second one is the economic. Yeah, this is also related with the previous questions. So as I mentioned, that in many countries, CCS technologies or application of CCS supported by various incentive from the governments. Yeah, there is a kind like tax reduction or also tax credit in USA. In Canada, for example, the government involved in the early stage of the project, provide good data, good modeling for storage system, and also support transportation infrastructure and others. So in our case, of course, our government, our budget for climate change not enough to provide such kind of subsidy for CCS. So that's why we promote application of CCS in oil and gas upstream industry. So with the current regulation, the CCS project in oil and gas upstream can recognized as a petroleum, from cost recovery, can be a cost recovery. So that's why the like CCS Tangguh projects. So the cost of this CCS will be considered as a cost recovery. So that's kind of regulation provided by our government to promote this technology in oil and gas sectors. That's the good answer to address the second question from Rosmalia and others. The potential of abundant mafic and ultramafic rock. Yeah, this is a very fresh or very interest topic related for particular for research. But I'm not quite familiar with this kind of rock. But as I know, for mineral trapping, this is need more long time to confer or to have mineral trapping. The rate of mineralization is a challenge in this case, in this issue. How fast the CO2 can be conferred to the new mineral by through the reaction with the rock in the formation, and that's maybe Rosmalia can share about this issue. How fast mineralization rate? As I know that this is take years, 100 years, decades, more decades to compare CO2 become new mineral. So that's, as I know, that's most challenging in this aspect. Unless we can introduce like a catalyst to help these minerals to improve this mineralization rate. I know in one of research in Sweden, they use hot water from geothermal to catalyze this mineralization process to improve the mineralization rate of this the process. So that's a challenge, but again, from the research point of view, this is a very interesting topic. As you address that, there is many discussion in Australian project right now. So I think that's the answer of a question raised by Rosmalia.
Okay, thank you, Pak Osman.
I don't know. Am I have time to following up my question?
Sure.
Okay.
Do you have any additional commentary? You are mute, Bu Rosmalia.
Sorry, I was in a public area.
Yeah.
Pak Usman, I have a follow-up question about your statement. Previously, you mentioned that it will be able to accommodate all the gases, including the PLTU and other gases from the fuel combustion, from the fossil fuel one. My concern is how large the capacity of our storage in CCS or CCUS to accommodate all those gases. Are they large enough, and whether the rock has a good capacity?
I believe we enough storage capacity, particularly in saline aquifers, as I presented in my slides. There's 100 gigaton storage resources in saline aquifers. This is considered a high number compared to the other regions like in Europe or USA or in Southeast Asia countries. So this is a potential that that we have, and government interest to offer this potential for what we call a cross-boundary CCS projects. Country like Singapore, which has not storage or geological formation for CO2 storage, can utilize our potential, of course, with B2B scheme. So in terms of the storage capacity, I believe that we have huge storage CO2 storage resources. As we know that we have 128 sedimentary basin and geological storage resources often associated with sedimentary basins.
Okay.
Thank you, Pak Usman.
Thank you, Ibu Rosmalia. Very good, very interesting questions.
Thank you, Bu Rosmalia. Be safe on your trip, okay? The next one, I think, from Pak Himes is to Bu Sunita. Compared to US shale, characteristic shale gas reservoir in Indonesia is quite different with the US. For example, from your slide, depth and geological condition, ATC. My question is, how about the economical aspect when we implement to explore and exploit the unconventional resources in Indonesia? Okay, that's the question. Would you need to address the question? Yeah.
Okay, I'll try to answer the question. I think, yeah, it is challenging for us to explore and exploit the unconventional resources in Indonesia, but in my opinion, back to the assumption by the USGS that there are still remaining at times resources comparing to what the hydrocarbon has migrated. So this is for us to be optimistic. I know that the challenge is for the economic aspect, where as we know that now Pertamina Hulu Rokan are drilling the non-unconventional 2 wells, Kellock and Gulamo, and I believe that if this give good results, then more and more company or industry would like to explore and develop the shale hydrocarbon in Indonesia. And then the secondly, we to have economic and implementation on exploration and exploitation, we need a massive drilling so we can reduce the cost. I think that is my opinion about what is the economic impact for us. We still waiting, but we still optimistic for the unconventional shale development in Indonesia. I think that is my question, my answer, Pak Danu. Mas Dani,
Okay, thank you, Bu Junita. I think that it's pretty clear. But if I may I ask additional commentary or additional question from that,
Yeah.
Bu Junita?
Yes,
Yeah,
sure.
that's so much about the economical aspect of the unconventional resources, but about the public perception or environmental concerns. Is there any challenges that come from public perception and environmentals in terms of exploitation and exploration the unconventional resources? Maybe Bu Junita.
Okay, I think for the environmental concern is not only for the unconventional, but for conventional as well. But
Yeah.
maybe because, yeah, I mean, it's a challenge not only for the unconventional, but maybe at the moment, people are still more concerned to the conventional impact on environment because the unconventional still not, I mean, yeah, I mean, it's not standstill, but still going slow. So not many people know about the unconventional activities. I think, but the government at the moment has already make a peraturan pemerintah such like peraturan menteri to I mean to make to accelerate the exploration and exploitation of unconventional hydrocarbon in Indonesia. Yeah, I know that is challenging, but yeah, but it's not only for the unconventional, but also for the conventional. So maybe people should be diajarkan gitu, Pak.
Yeah.
About
We should address
yeah.
education, right?
Yeah, to be educated about the unconventional exploration. Thank you, Pak.
Yeah, thank you, Bu Junita. I get a lot of that from mining engineering also in that regards because in coal mining and
Yeah.
yeah, in nuclear mining, it's also the people also give us a lot of objections in that regard.
Yeah.
Anyway, maybe this is the last question, I think. One question is for Pak Usman, and another question is for Bu Junita. The question is from, let's see, from the students. His name is Fahzri Amir Muhammad Lubis. He asked about the environmental aspect of the CCU and CCUS projects. Let me read it. I want to ask about what are the long-term impacts on CO2 storage on the marine environment, remembering that CO2 very easily reacts with the element under the sea. I believe that's for Pak Usman. Pak Usman, you might address the question first, and then I jump to Bu Junita.
Yeah, good point, Mas Amir. Yeah, but please remember that most of our oil and gas already contains CO2. So actually, this is CO2 already exists in under reservoirs, and there is no critical issue related with the presence of CO2 in oil and gas reservoir to the marine environment, as long as there is no leakage, of course. Yeah. So actually, the injected CO2 in the storage in the geological formation is send back the CO2 from the original place, yeah, because the CO2 already exists in the subsurface in the most of our reservoir. So injecting CO2 go back to the reservoir is actually send back the CO2 injected to the original place, yeah, original place. So the issue more related to the operational, right? Leakage, for example. So that's why we MRP monitoring, MRP measurement reporting is critical in CCS projects. So any indication of the leakage should be addressed as early as possible. Either, for example, by reduce the injection pressure or even stop or the pressure to reduce the increment pressure. The pressure will up. Pressure will up in our reservoir. That's a way to minimize the leakage potential of the CO2 injection back to the atmosphere. But please also remember that now in our atmosphere there is around 400 ppm CO2 in our atmosphere. So yeah, this kind of gas already exists in our atmosphere with the level not dangerous for the current status. But if this concentration continues increase, it will be effect on what we know as a global warming, climate change. So that's the answer, Danu.
Okay, thank you, Pak Osman, for the question, for the answer. I have two questions, one from Pak Ronald and one from Bu Yara. And I believe this question both is for Bu Junita. And the first question from Pak Ronald is there any potential from DET well dan well Melusut? You might address that first, maybe, Bu Junita.
Okay, thank you, Mas Danu.
Yeah.
Is there any potential from the ET well then well Melucut? Of course, I think.
Yeah.
I believe that the DET well from the Gulamo and Kellogg have more potential comparing to the Melucut and also Camellia because they are drilled focus on the unconventional, unlike the Melucut or Camellia is numpang in the conventional well, and then and as we know all that the brown shell is the most prolific source rock in Indonesia. Then we hope that the DET well will have more potential compared to the Melucut and Camellia. That is the answer for
the first question, right?
Susanto. Yeah.
Yeah. I believe there's some potential along that.
Yeah.
And other than that, and the second question from Bu Yara is, Bunita, is the area for unconventional is in the same area with conventional? Additional commentary on that is, if yes, so the people is not going aware whether there is an activity for unconventional. You may address that, Bu Junita.
Yes, I think when we look for the unconventional, is we are looking for the working petroleum system, right? So if the so it is true that the unconventional field will be the same as the conventional working areas. I think that is the answer for that question. I think you have to find the unconventional close to the conventional area. That is my answer, Pak Daru.
That's the answer, Bu Yara. I believe Bu Yara present here. Do you want to give any additional comments?
Yeah,
Hello,
no,
Pak.
Bonita.
Yeah.
That's why that if we concern about the environment, so you don't have to concern about the environment anymore because the unconventional area is in the same area with the conventional. So
Yeah.
maybe the difference is only the depth. Yes.
Yeah.
Is that true?
Thank you.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Okay. Thank you,
You, Bu
Bonita.
Yara.
And Usman, thank you.
Thank you, Bu Yara, for the question and for the commenter. For the comment. We almost hit 15:30 marks. Is there are there any question left? Maybe I believe I already address all of the question in the Zoom chat box. If there anyone to ask directly, you may raise your hand via Zoom feature. No? Yeah, maybe that's a pretty a lot of question for Pak Usman and Bu Junita. Hopefully that's quite pleasing for both of you. Anyway, if there are any question left, ladies and gents, thank you for your insightful questions. Also, Dr. Pasarai and Dr. Junita, thank you for your comprehensive responses. I believe Dr. Pasarai and Dr. Junita are pretty open for discussion outside this event. For everyone that still have any thoughts, you may contact Dr. Pasarai and Dr. Junita appropriately.
Thank you.
Unfortunately, we are nearing at the end of our session. I'd like to extend my sincere gratitude to our speakers, Dr. Pasarai and Dr. Junita, for sharing their expertise and perspectives with us today. I'd also like to thank all of you, our participants, for your active engagement, and also for the MC and the committee for wonderful invitation as the moderator for today's sessions. With that, and I conclude the afternoon session of ICPM JET 2024, officially closed. Thank you, everyone, and have a wonderful day ahead. Back to you, Bu Prayang, maybe. Thank you.
Thank you.
Then thank you very much to Mr. Danu Putra as the moderator, and thank you very much to the invited speakers, Dr. Usman Pasarai and Dr. Nita Musu, for the insightful presentation. Thank you very much. And after this, we would like to give the certificate of appreciation as our highest appreciation to the invited speakers and moderator. Therefore, we would like to invite the Vice Dean 1 of FTKE, Dr. Suryo Prakoso, to give the certificate virtually. All right, so this is the first certificate that will be received by Dr. Usman Pasarai.
Hello, Pak Usman. Thank you for the great sharing and valuable sharing. I think here with certificate appreciation for you, Pak Usman. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you very much. And for the following certificate, this is received by Dr. Junita Trivianti Musu.
Bunita, here certificate appreciation for you. Thank you, Bunita, for your participation and great sharing to FTKI. Thank you, Bunita. Yeah.
All right, and the next certificate that will be received by Mr. Danu Putra. And for this will be given by the chairwoman of ICPM GET 2024, Dr. Kartika Fajarwati Hartono.
Hi, Mas Danu.
Ayo.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mas Danu. And this is the certificate of appreciation as incredible moderator. Once again, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Bu Kartika. See you on the next event. Hopefully success for your event, okay? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And next we will have the photo session with the Vice Dean 1 of FTKE, Dr. Suryo Prakoso, and all invited speakers, Dr. Usman Pasarai and Dr. Nita Musu, moderator, Mr. Danu, and Dr. Kartika as a chairwoman of ICPM GET. And there will be 5 frames that will be appear on the Zoom screen. And our team will arrange the frame first. Okay, everyone's already on screen. On my count, in 3, 2, 1. Okay, all set, captured perfectly. Thank you very much once again, ladies and gentlemen, especially for the invited speaker.
Thank you, Punita, Pak Usman. Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, Bu Kartika, Pak Suryo, and
Thank you, Pak
everyone.
Kartika, Pak Suryo, Mas Danu,
Thank you, Bu
Pak
Junita,
Prayan.
Pak Usman.
Thank you very much. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, so that's the end of the afternoon plenary session, and still we have one more agenda. This is Kahoot quiz time. Okay, so let's join everybody. And again, this quiz will be conducted by Kahoot. And again, Mas Yuga will assist to share the Kahoot screen. Okay, so the Kahoot screen will appear on your Zoom screen. And don't forget to register or submit your nickname with your real name. Okay, don't forget to join with your real name so our team can trace you well if you are become a winner. Okay, yeah, we have 3 participants. All right. Okay, we will wait for approximately 1 minute. Okay, more participants. All right. Okay, another couple minutes. Another couple seconds. Yeah. Okay, come on, everybody, because we will start the game immediately. And don't forget to use your real name. Okay, a few seconds. In 3, 2, 1, let's get started. All right, this is the first question. Okay. Yeah, let's see the scoreboard. Yeah, congratulations. Okay, the next question. Okay, time's up. Okay, still Dita in the first place.
Bahasa Inggris.
Iya. Indo.
Third question.
Belajar bahasa Inggris.
Apa sih?
Lagi belajar bahasa Inggris.
Dia ini seminar sayang.
All right, let's take a look on the scoreboard. Okay, replaced by Raka. All right, the next question. Well, see, okay, replaced by Mugi. So, okay, let's take a look on the next question. Okay, well, this is general question. Okay, Mugi is still in the first place. All right, the next one. Okay, 23 with the right answer, and Mugi still in the first place at the scoreboard. Next, true or false question. Okay, still Mugi on the first place. 3 questions remaining. Okay, still in the first place, and 2 questions remaining. All right, the last question. Okay, so by the last questions, we will determine who's on the third place is Amanda. Congratulations. And the second place, Fania Kayla. And the first place goes to... Congratulations to Mugi. Okay, and we will announce for the third winner will get e-wallet for 100,000 rupiah, and for runner-up will get 150,000 rupiah, and the winner will get 250,000 rupiah. Congratulations for the winner. Okay, so to all winners, would you please to turn on the camera? Can we turn on the camera now? Because we will capture the moment. And we're gonna see the faces of the winner. Okay, so please for... Oh yes, Pak Mugi, congratulations. And for the second place, we have Fania. Okay, congratulations, Fania. And the third place, we have Amanda. Okay, the third winner, we haven't seen Amanda's on the screen. Miss Amanda.
Amanda, yang itu, yang menang.
Oh, Nabila Amanda, congratulations. Okay, so now Dr. Kartika, as the chairwoman of ICPM GET, will give the prize virtually and congratulate the winner. Okay, so please, Dr. Kartika.
Yeah, congratulations to all the winners, Pak Mugi, Mbak Fania, Mbak Amanda. Congratulations once again. Nanti dari panitia akan kontak Bapak ya. Lumayan Pak untuk e-walletnya 250.000. Lumayan itu Pak. GoFood bisa 2 kali ya Pak. Ya nanti soon ya, komite akan segera menghubungi atau chat privately ke Pak Mugi, Mbak Fania, dan Mbak Nabila. Okay, once again, congratulations.
Yay, congratulations to all the winners. Thank you very much, Ibu Kartika. And our committee will contact all the winners for the prize giving. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, before we are going to the end, as the information, we would like to give you the information about the conference day of ICPM GET 2024 that will be held on July 24th, 2024. Don't forget to submit your paper and make registration at this website, icpmget.ftke.trisakti.ac.id. Okay, so we may take a look for the registration and any kind of information about the conference. So this is our invited speakers worldwide, and this is the important date. So please keep in mind for the abstract deadline, acceptance notification, full paper submission deadline, payment deadline, and then the conference day. And the conference day itself will be held offline at Universitas Trisakti. Okay, so this is the important information according to the ICPM GET 2024. And for further information, you may contact our chairwomen and also all the committee that related to ICPM GET 2024. Okay, that's all the information according to the conference day of ICPM GET 2024. Okay, everyone, so before we're going to the end, let's have a photo session. So please turn on your camera as well, and our team will capture for each slide. So please, to the ICT team to capture the moment.
Baik, Bapak dan Ibu, silakan untuk buka kamera. Untuk slide pertama, 1, 2, 3. Slide berikutnya, 1, 2, 3. Slide selanjutnya, 1, 2, 3. Slide berikutnya, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Slide terakhir Bapak dan Ibu, buka kameranya semua. 1, 2, 3, ya. Terima kasih.
Okay, thank you very much, Mas Robiansa. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of the pre-event of the first International Conference of Petroleum, Mining, Geology, Geoscience, Energy, and Environmental Technologies, or ICPM GET 2024. On behalf of the committee, I'm Prayangsani Yulia. Would like to thank you very much for your participation and enthusiasm, and we apologize for any inconvenience during this event. We'll see you soon on the conference day of the first ICPM GET 2024. So have a great day, everyone. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you. Stay safe and stay healthy.